Good morning. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We have a ton of news to get to overseas in Turkey. The president just saying the ceasefire with Iran is now, quote, over. We'll get to that clip in just a second. Speaking of just a second from now, we are also hearing that President Trump will be meeting with Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, momentarily. So that looks like that will be live as well. And then after that, the president will meet with the Syrian leader. And then following that, there will be a press conference where the president will participate in that as well. So a ton of news right out of the gate here as it's 8:09 Eastern time. So let's go now to the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, and President Trump meeting, and then the president talking about Iran because of what Iran recently did over the past 24 to 48 hours. As soon as we hear that Vladimir Zelensky and the president are live, we will go from the back and forth between Rutte and the president to Vladimir Zelensky and the president, and then we'll circle right back around to that meeting as well. All right, I know it's a lot, but let's get to it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you very much. We've had some great meetings. We had dinner last night with President Erdogan, and I think it was really, I would rate it a 10. Maybe a 12.
A bit of a small palace,
12. Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Everything is beautiful. And we've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade. And now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up.
They're
every
all there.
NATO country.
Yeah.
Plus, we have a couple that aren't in NATO that would like to be in NATO, I guess. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished it at about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff, and instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20 to 1, 20 times tougher. And I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him, first term. And that was a big thing because I think they probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs, you know, if you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all, and frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others, and they don't know. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. They're cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. And that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different. But we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany. I spoke to France. Spoke to UK. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right?
Yes,
take it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working. In Spain, in particular Spain, there are a couple of others, but in particular Spain, they're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia, and has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. I spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. It doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald. Let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the Presidential Palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe, degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again, the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, $258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you are disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
But
didn't
still,
come,
generally,
didn't come
5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue, without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they're implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Marco is leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes when it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than 1 day, Hitler beat them out in 1 day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, so what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
but also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that is important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And Trump 45, and Trump 47. In total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true.
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride. And
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, you got to pay more. And the same with Obama. Two bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, who knows? But who knows if they would have done
this happen, and it is a huge...
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the
He
Europeans.
tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in The Hague.
That's why I like him.
And the win now.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened. Really.
Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, Iran, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. Then he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So are we back to
And talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
Great. And they love you.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. I like Erdogan. I'll tell you. I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted it. He would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, you know, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi, and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war, because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment, you know. He was great. I'm a big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok is so bad, it's so dangerous, it's so horrible, they're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible, they're spreading, but I'm number one. And I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible, they're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I had like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get their priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day. And then I'll see you later and we'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Guys.
See you later.
All right, a very busy morning in Turkey for the NATO Summit. President Trump speaking with Mark Rutte, the Secretary General there. Also, President Trump breaking news in the sense of international news, saying that the ceasefire with Iran is, quote, over. That reporter, if you were watching or listening, asking right out of the gate after the Iranians attacked in the Strait of Hormuz there and some different things that happened, we saw that President Trump said that the Iranian ceasefire is over. So that's a developing story. Also, we're waiting for the cameras to get into the room where President Trump is now about to meet with Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine. And then after that, according to the schedule, the president would be meeting with the Syrian leader. But then also there's a press conference that'll be happening out there in Ankara, Turkey for the NATO Summit. So President Trump will be participating in that as well. So we have a backlog of a lot of content here which is not a bad thing as we are approaching the bottom of the hour, East Coast time, 8:30, right there on your screen. Let's go to a couple sponsors, then we'll go to a live interview, and we'll keep it on here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. You see right there, actually what we're seeing is that the buy one, get one free sale that just ended yesterday. So we'll get the new graphic up here in just a second, but more Americans are looking for healthcare that's simple, convenient, and puts patients first. That's one reason we're proud to partner with All Family Pharmacy. Most pharmacies fill prescriptions. All Family Pharmacy is focused on making the entire experience easier. Instead of long waits, endless phone calls, and crowded waiting rooms, you can complete a secure online medical questionnaire, have a licensed physician review your information, and if appropriate, provide a prescription. Then your medication is shipped directly to your door. And they offer more than 400 medications, from everyday prescriptions, things like ivermectin and antibiotics, to wellness therapies like NAD+, Simorelin, and methylene blue. And when you have questions, you can actually talk to a real member of their team, including a licensed pharmacist. So we all appreciate services that respect our time and give us more choices and make life a little easier. That's exactly what All Family Pharmacy is doing. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use the promo code RSBN10 to save 10% on your orders. So again, buy one, get one free. If you took advantage of that yesterday and throughout the 1st to the 7th, awesome. Now it's RSBN10 for the 10% off, and we'll update those graphics in just a second. All right, let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side as we are awaiting the Ukraine meeting with President Trump. There, of course, Vladimir Zelensky. Birch Gold Group is our next sponsor. And you can buy some gold and put some silver in your pocket, but a number of people might be thinking, well, that's a bit expensive. You know, gold is really expensive these days. But one thing you can control right now that doesn't cost you anything out of pocket is diversifying your retirement savings. Now, Birch Gold Group will help you convert an old 401k from a previous employer or an IRA into a physical IRA in gold. Really something that's a hedge against inflation. And check this out. Right now, Birch Gold is going to give you that special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. And check this out. 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Today, it's around $4,500. So where will it be 10 years from now? Text Trump to 989898 to take advantage of free America 250 silver with qualifying purchase before July 10th. So you have 2 days on that. Again, text Trump to number 989898. Some great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await that bilateral meeting with Vladimir Zelensky and President Trump. Then following that, it'll either be the press conference where President Trump is participating in that, and or the meeting that is scheduled with the Syrian leader, between the Syrian leader and President Trump. So we'll kind of follow the live feeds as we see them and report them here in the moment, here live 8:30 East Coast time. All right, so we do have a couple other clips for you. Actually, let's go to Eden Gordon-Hill, a conservative host who's joined the show before. So we're going to go to Eden now. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Good morning, Matthew. It's great to be back with you. How are you? It's an honor to be here to celebrate America.
Yeah, definitely. It's the 250th, of course, just a few days ago, but a lot of breaking news out of the gate this morning. President Trump saying the ceasefire in Iran is over. If you want to comment on that, feel free. And then also we can get into some more about America 250.
Yeah, I was listening to the radio this morning. I always listen to all my favorites. And some of them are saying clips that I will paraphrase by putting it to you like this. We are confused. They are confused because we've heard numerous statements from the president on this occasion. And so it continues to confuse the American people. That is one statement I heard from a conservative news source this morning. So that would be my first thing I would say. But going back to the president and what he is saying and what is happening overseas, as a veteran spouse, I sit here and say he's our commander in chief first and foremost. So we need to respect what the commander in chief is doing, but we also need to honor what he's doing. We also need to pray for what he's doing, that God would give him that discernment and that wisdom as he's being surrounded by so many different leaders and what is happening. I also want to just say this from a spiritual perspective, that at the end of the day, this country was founded on the American principles, and we have leaders like Marco Rubio and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth who are surrounding him with discernment, with biblical instruction, but also with guidance and understanding of what is really happening at the greater scheme of things. I also sit here and say, as I live in a military community, we are aware of what is going on around us, but we also want to raise the flag of freedom to support those who are serving on the front lines of freedom. That is where I will come from that. But I think from the president's administration and what he's doing, I would just encourage the administration to, when it comes to communicating to the public, to the constituency of the United States, that the streamlining of communications of what is happening versus what is being put on social, that they would be just very discerning, and that the president would have even more clear communication and understanding when he is on the front lines talking about our freedom and talking about the negotiations.
Exactly, and he spoke about that today, and it was very clear, didn't mince any words, that the ceasefire with Iran is over. So reporting, of course, what the president said earlier, but let's shift over to the freedom aspect of things. Of course, I'm sure you watched, I don't know if you were in D.C. or not, but the July 4th show was quite awesome and definitely worth it, because our country is 1,000,000% worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely. I was not in DC. I was in the great state of North Carolina by the Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, which put on a very powerful performance for America 250 for our military and veteran families. But I will say this, looking from sea to shining sea, I have noticed there are reports that have been coming out for probably the past month, Matthew, that shows a decline in patriotism. But that decline in patriotism is more in the Democrat Party and those who are of socialist mindset. I would say I did not see a decline in patriotism on July 4th, celebrating America 250. I saw veteran families, military families, and communities coming together to reignite the power of patriotism in our future generations. That's what I saw. The beauty of America, the sounds of freedom, the smells of freedom. We saw that. That was present, and that was there.
And then as we are now into the next 250 years, we already started that on, as soon as it struck midnight, July 5th. It was now, let's go with the next 250. And speaking of that, President Trump speaking about nuking the filibuster so we can get the simple majority on Capitol Hill to pass the Save America Act, make it law. I want to get your thoughts on that. And on top of that, on September 9th and 10th, of course, the midterm RNC National Convention will be in Dallas. That's something that's never happened before. So your thoughts on the Save America Act and then that convention?
So my thoughts on the Save America Act, from the beginning of time, I feel like I lived and breathed and ate Capitol Hill. We would even bring in the cots because we would be doing round the clock votes in the Senate and the House. What I will say to the Save America Act is we need to get it pushed through. I'm sitting here watching, though, and I sit here and watch the political theater that is in front of us. And it is all about the personalities, and it's all about what is happening in Speaker Johnson's office and what is happening in the Senate and who wants to be the big dog on Capitol Hill. And it really does come down to not what the American people need, but whose pride and political theater is really getting in the way. I'm just going to call it like I see it. I've seen it for years, and it continues to happen. My other thought is this, and I've been watching very closely, August recess is upon us, and then the midterms are upon us. Are we going to see them in session during August recess? And they always flee to their constituencies and back to their states. I'm asking that question. I've heard commentators in the conservative space say they need to stay in and get things taken care of before they go back to their districts. I also agree with that. They need to get the work done that we hired them and we voted them in to do. You can collect a paycheck and ride the desk all day, but are you really getting the work done for the American people? My other thought to this is, with the whole midterms coming up, I am very concerned about the nuclear family, Matthew. I am very concerned that that is going to be pushed aside, where we need to put our families back on the ballot. I've heard it from many conservative groups, and I see it in our backyard. Is that going to be a conversation that we talk about? it goes back to the very root of what this country was founded on. And Matthew, that is a big concern to me. I'm glad to see that things are happening in Texas, the great state of Texas, but we need to put our families and God back at the forefront of what we're going to be talking about if we are going to win the midterms.
And families, AKA we the people. So it's God and we the people. And this brings us right back to July 4th, 1776. I mean, it wasn't 2,500 years ago. It wasn't 3,000. It was only 250 years ago that our founding fathers did what they did to get us to where we are today with all of the freedoms we have. So we can't ever forget that. And then to your point, you know, in the Easter recess, I remember prior to Easter recess for Capitol Hill there for Congress, there was a lot of momentum for this Save America Act. And then everyone was saying, well, you guys should probably skip maybe the Easter recess, go a different weekend or something, and let's get this taken care of. And then now to your point for August, the dog days of summer, we're going to sit around and hope that this act passes. And then we see that the midterms are approaching very quickly. It's not a good time right now, to be honest with you. We need to have more momentum. And President Trump, we've been seeing it on Truth Social. He's talking about it all the time. So that's something that the entire country, at least most of the country, gets behind. Isn't it at 80%, 90% of people are saying we should have free and fair elections? Wow.
Yeah, and Matthew, did you realize we're in 2026? Go figure. We are still having this conversation. And I am appalled by what's happening in California. And if you look and see what has happened in New York and since July 4th, Mandami sitting at a George Washington desk, turned around backwards and talking about how bad America is. Daily Signal put out a headline the other day saying he doesn't understand America. But Matthew, he does understand America. He wants to turn America into a communism, socialism, and the blue cities are doing this. So again, I say to the American people, I say to your audience, and I say to our elected officials, we're in 2026. Why are we still having these very elementary conversations where we should be way ahead and we should be understanding what is happening in our backyard? I also want to say this. Trump is all over this, yes. But I also say to the reality of those who are being elected, do you have food in your refrigerators, on your table, and gas in your tanks? And are you able to get to your work? It comes down to the economy. It comes down to, can we feed our kids? And can we work and get to our jobs? And the economy and the gas prices are still affecting, and that is going to carry over into the elections. Now, I will say this. This isn't a Trump issue, and I see a lot of people on my social pages blaming Trump, where it really goes back to previous administrations. So I want to call the calling card out there and call to action. Do you have food in your refrigerator and on your table? Can you feed your kids? And do you have gas to get to work? Because those are the economy issues that need to be, layman's terms, talked to the American people. And our constituencies, our backyard, the members of Congress who are going home for August recess, are they having these real conversations, or are they having these lofty backroom under the table dollar amount conversations, which is normally what happens? I'm just calling a spade a spade.
And that's what people are saying that they agree with. We only have a handful of people in Congress that are actual patriots. Am I wrong? That's not something you're going to hear in the mainstream media, by the way. But anyway, the thing that is upsetting is Mamdani with the George Washington desk. Yes. I saw that. I was appalled that he would sit at our first president, founding father's desk. And you're saying that he turned the desk back. He sat backward. Like what happened? That was what was reported through 77 WABC. The desk was turned around. It was set up backwards versus the appropriate. And if you look at the imagery, and I agree with 77 WABC, they talked about, if you look at the people around them, they looked very angry. They looked uncomfortable. They were carrying the American flag, waving the American flag. And it was like they were called in last minute to say, okay, what are we doing here? What's this for? And it was Mamdani's socialist agenda for the city of New York. And what I'm really concerned about, and I take it personal,
I was in DC on 9/11. I was a young Hill staff member for the United States Senate. And we are coming up on the 25th anniversary. The very next day I was in New York, which is a second home to me. And I saw my city burning. We have a mayor in New York that doesn't care about that. He, in fact, endorsed the fact that our city deserved that our country deserved that. This is what we are electing in the blue cities. It is a huge concern. And so his wife going to Spain, I believe it was, on America 250, he should have went with her and stayed until after the 9/11 commemoration of 25th anniversary. And then he can come back. But we don't want him here. We don't want him here. Us patriots, and there are a lot more patriots than there are socialists in this country. We do not want them here.
Conservative host Eden Gordon Hill. I'll tell you what, you probably can continue on for another hour, I'm sure, with some thoughts. But I mean, I hear you, and the American people feel the passion of, we don't want socialism, communism, deep statism, globalism. We don't want Sharia law. We want the Constitution. So we hear you, and we're covering the news today, and we're so grateful to do so and to have you here with us. Again, conservative host Eden Gordon Hill. Have a great day. We'll talk to you later.
God bless you, Matthew. See you soon.
Bye. Thanks. There you go. So live in North Carolina, we'll be going from North Carolina, the Tar Heel State, all the way out there back to Turkey in just a second. Ankara, Turkey, for the NATO Summit. President Trump speaking with Mark Rutte earlier, and we watched that here together. President Trump saying the ceasefire in Iran is now, quote, over. We also know President Trump will be meeting with the Ukrainian leader here shortly. We'll go to that as soon as we see it. And then the Syrian leader as well. And then there will be a press conference that President Trump will be participating in. So we have a lot of news right out of the gate on this Wednesday, July 8th. As we continue to monitor the news feeds and the live feeds, let's go to some of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Of course, the QR code, the app, the website, 3 ways to get to Kalshi. And once you get there, what will you see? Well, a number of things, including political, election, sports, music, all sorts of topics that people are either betting, trading, or just checking out the polls on. More than 1 million users on that site right now. And I was thinking about how we talked about Spencer Pratt a lot. Remember, he was running for mayor in LA, and then all of the mail-in ballots that he had to count after that. Well, that was a huge topic of discussion on Kalshi. And Spencer was actually at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue just the other day, the White House posting some photos of Spencer sitting right across from President Trump. And it's interesting because a lot of people, you think about it, Spencer Pratt, I guess he was an American TV kind of reality TV star of sorts. And then all of those AI videos that were created for the sponsorships or the political ads, basically. And then before you know it, a lot of people just were talking about Spencer. That landed him that seat in the White House, to be honest with you, to talk with President Trump because of the resonating with what Spencer was talking about against what Karen Bass is doing there in Los Angeles. But anyway, having said all that, Kalshi's the spot to go to check out a ton of polls, or if you want to bet or trade, that's the spot to do it. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as of course we just celebrated 250 years young in this wonderful country. Guys, I'm with you. I want 250 more. I want it more to the right in the sense of not the far right thing or the extremist thing, none of that. I'm talking about the right of, way right of center, in the sense of freedom, God, family, country, all the things that our founding fathers were about. That's what we're talking about here. And speaking of 250, here's the crazy part. 250 years later, we're still here drinking whatever the government decided to put in our water. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine to keep things clean. Well, that's not a decision someone else should be making for your family, which is why you should be using Cove Pure, because more than 209 million Americans are on this fluoridated water right now. So if you drink tap water, this is the stuff we're talking about. And here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride exposure is actually linked to lower IQ scores in children, and that's not just a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. Also, there's chlorine in that water as well. That isn't even the worst part, because it's what happens when it reacts with natural particles. in that water from plants and soil. We're told it creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens, linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. So states like Utah and Florida are banning fluoride, but that process takes years. Your kids, your family, they're drinking this water today. You need something that works and works now. And that's exactly what Cove Pure is. They're certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. And you can see what it looks like right there on camera. I mean, on your screen. It's not something that needs a huge installation. It's not some complex home system that you're going to have to drill holes and all that kind of thing. The thing just plugs in and it makes your water taste great. And the best part is it gives you whatever temperature water you want, hot, cold, or warm, with the tap of a button. So don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water. And in honor of America's 250th, Cove Pure is giving you guys $250 off if you use that link, covepure.com/RSBN. All right, looking at some of the news here on X right now, on Truth Social, and checking our sources. And what we know is out there in Ankara, Turkey, President Trump making news right out of the gate, saying that the Iranian ceasefire is now over. If you've been following some of the international news, the Iranians did some attacking out there in the Middle East using ballistics, the kinetic aspect of war. And now President Trump saying the ceasefire is over. On top of that, now the president will be meeting with the Ukrainian leader, the Syrian leader, there for the NATO Summit. And then following that will be a press conference in Turkey. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
It's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks so much for live streaming and with us here on RSBN. We're going to go from Alabama, where we're based, of course. We're going to go from our states all the way out to Turkey for the Ankara, Turkey Summit, NATO Summit there, and President Trump about to meet with the Ukrainian leader, Vladimir Zelensky. We're hearing that the press is moving into the room there, so that means those cameras will be live any second from now. In the meantime, I believe we do have a couple clips from earlier. This is clip 1B. This is a photo, I believe we have that, Director, of the NATO photos that were happening out there. President Trump involved with that photo as well. Also, we saw that the latest from the NATO summit is happening where President Trump, of course, meeting with Mark Rutte earlier. We also have some opening statements from Mark Rutte as well. So, Director, should we go to clip 3 with Mark Rutte, or do you think that we'll see Vladimir Zelensky and the president here shortly? Okay, so we have about maybe 120 seconds or so, 2 minutes to stand by here as we are live in Alabama, of course, Wednesday, July 8th. Now, of course, no teleprompter, so we got to keep rolling, right? So 7:52 Central Time, 8:53 Eastern Time. Again, the big news of the day, President Trump saying that the Iranian ceasefire is now over. We also know he'll be talking with the Ukrainian leader, the Syrian leader, and then that press conference happening. We also have in store a bit later today, whether that's live or recorded, an interview with Abigail Jackson, the White House press secretary, the deputy press secretary, of course, and a few other interviews as well. Speaking of press secretary, looking forward to seeing that first White House press briefing when Karen Leavitt returns from maternity, which she has, but we haven't seen that press briefing yet. So ideally, we'll be seeing that here shortly. Let's go now to Turkey right now.
Good morning, all of you, and let me first of all again thank our hosts, Turkey, the President of Turkey, the government of Turkey, but also the people of the beautiful city of Ankara. I do realize that organizing a summit like this in your capital also means that logistics for the people living in the capital is not that easy. So I really want to thank everyone living in Ankara for putting up with this. It is really appreciated. It is an important summit. You are gracious hosts. Thank you so much. Last summit in The Hague was all about planning, targeting. It was about the money. It was about industry. It was about, of course, continuing our support for Ukraine. This summit, as I always said, is about implementation, getting it done. When you look at the numbers, 258 billion extra spent dollars in 2025 and 2026 by Canadian and European allies, it's staggering. You're reaching the max you can spend more in terms of absorption capacity. When you look at the defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic, we are talking about almost 200,000 jobs in the US, supported by European and Canadian investments in the US when it comes buying from them, investing in them, the defense industry, and so many jobs in Europe and Canada directly related to this. But first of all, we do this because we need the kit. We need to be able to fight the wars if they would ever happen, basically preventing them being so strong that nobody will attack us. So this is why we need to ramp up defense industrial production. Yesterday was a great success. It was a splash, so many new contracts, so many new commitments. So this was also about implementing. Last year, planning, this year, implementing. And then the support for Ukraine, of course, continuing, extremely important. And I expect allies today to again commit multi-year. We will see exactly what comes out of it, but my expectation is that we will come out with a strong commitment to keep on supporting Ukraine. What this leads to is a NATO which is truly transformed. If you look at it from the United States perspective, you will have European allies which are much more capable to, with the US, work together in NATO to keep 1 billion people safe. President Trump has been able to finally get done what since Eisenhower American presidents tried to do, which was to equalize defense spending between Europe and the United States. It is now happening. On this trajectory, 5%, we already reached the 4% this year, which is amazing. Of course, not only because of President Trump, also because of the Russian threat. But let's be honest, President Trump encouraging European allies and Canada to do this has really helped. And it is delivering. I think this is absolutely important. So a much stronger NATO, a much stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. NATO 3.0. And then I also expect allies today to discuss Iran. I expect allies today to reconfirm that Iran should never, ever get its hand on a nuclear capability. And secondly, that the principle of the freedom of navigation, so the Strait of Hormuz, completely opening up again is a sine qua non, is crucial for all 32 allies. So with that, I'm happy to take a few questions. Sure. I cannot hear you. Is there a microphone somewhere? Oh, sorry. Then I'll just listen better.
Talking about Greenland sovereignty and again putting troops in Europe. This alliance doesn't.
On that issue, we discussed this at length in Davos. As you know, we have a process in place. I think he absolutely has a point that Iran, sorry, not Iran here, it's China and Russia gaining access to the Arctic. So it is crucial that as an alliance, and this is what we agreed in Davos, work together to make sure that doesn't happen. And also when it comes to Denmark and Greenland itself, we have a good process in place.
General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Thank you, sir.
Good to see
He's
you.
already said he's very disappointed with NATO in his opening comments, disappointed with them regarding Iran, disappointed regarding the lack of action from NATO allies over Iran, despite your best efforts yet again to explain to the President how much Europe is spending, how much Canada is spending, and what support could be available for Iran. Is it falling on deaf ears? And actually, he said he doesn't even want to be here without Mr. Erdogan's intervention.
Well, hey, listen, we know that there is disappointment on the American side when it comes to Iran, and it has to do with isolated cases. At the same time, we see up to 5,000 sorties from European bases. It's implementing all the bilateral basing agreements. It is again Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States. That's happening. And when it comes to the money and the spending, I mean, Europe now equalizing with the United States. It is this president who encouraged us to do this very forcefully. Of course, there is also the Russian threat, which forces us to do this on the European side of NATO. And I think this is a big win for the American president. He has been extremely successful, pushing for this since Trump 45, now achieving it in Trump 47. Yes, sir.
What is your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary, because when you have a ceasefire and Iran is basically violating the ceasefire, we see what happened yesterday with ships being attacked, I think it is totally crucial that the US forcefully reacts.
Do you think that the current level of Allied forces in Poland is enough to deter Russia?
But you know, what we have to do is forces, we need the kits, so the defense industrial output, we need everything. And are you from Poland? Your country is investing heavily in its armed forces. You have already basically achieved all the targets. You are reforming your armed forces as we speak. You know there is a strong US commitment to Poland. We have heard this from every senior politician in the US. But of course we have to look and make sure every day that we are as strong as possible. Yes, there, over there.
In the Washington Summit declaration 2 years ago, Russia was described as the most significant and direct threat to the Allies' security. And back in The Hague, the Allies just mentioned a long-term threat posed by Russia to Euro-Atlantic security. Do you expect even softer language in this declaration and doesn't represent the shift in the Allies?
I expect again for today to acknowledge collectively that Russia is the long-term threat to NATO territory. But hey, you have to read the declaration when it comes out. But I have clear expectations that the long-term threat of Russia will again be noted. Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. You say that this summit is about delivery. What is the single most important outcome that you're expecting to see out of this summit? Are we expecting to see something like 5% defense pledge like we saw at the summit in Hague? Are we expecting?
But this is
like
about delivering on the pledge. The 5% pledge was there. What we are now doing is delivering on the 5% pledge. And the amazing news is that already this year in 2026, we have, when you combine the core defense spending and the defense-related spending, we have already reached 4% on a 10-year trajectory. In 1 year, Canada and Europe getting to the 4%. And that means huge increases in core defense spending, also increases, of course, in defense-related spending. But then on the priority, given the fact that spending is going up and so much money is now coming in, also noting that we need to keep the support for Ukraine going, I think the main issue yesterday, today, is defense industrial output. Because in the end, you cannot defend yourself with dollars or pounds or euros or liras here in Turkey. You have to protect yourself with men and women in uniform. You have to recruit them, and you need the defense industrial output. This was the problem. It's not completely solved, not in the US, not in Europe. We still need more defense industrial output, but we are really getting so far ahead already this year. You've seen it yesterday. Two more questions.
You said yesterday you invoked the spirit of the World Cup and talked about NATO being one team. And yet, as we've heard, Donald Trump saying he could pull US troops out of Europe. He wants to take hold of Greenland again. Do you take his threat seriously, or do you still think that he is a committed member of the team?
He is completely committed to there is complete commitment of the United States to NATO, but there was one, and still to a certain extent, is one expectation. So the commitment is there, no doubt. Also because NATO is there in the US interest to prevent, for example, the nuclear submarines of Russia to end up on the shores of the United States. The US, to stay safe, needs to secure Atlantic, Europe and Arctic. So there is complete commitment to NATO. But hey, there's also an expectation. And the expectation was and is that the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their spending with the United States, which I think, and many of the colleagues in the room today think, is completely fair. Now, the good news is, and this is the big win today, it's a loss for Putin, it is a win for President Trump, that the Europeans and the Canadians are doing exactly that. Final question. Sir, with the hat.
Lauri from Finland.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. What is your message to Russia and Vladimir Putin? They are carefully following NATO summit here in Ankara. What is your message?
My message is that this alliance of 1 billion people living in Europe, living in Canada, living in the United States, that this alliance will defend every inch of our territory, that you cannot win from NATO. We are defensive, we will never attack anyone, we will only defend our way of life, our democracies, our territory, so don't fool with us, don't play with us. Thank you so much, and I'll see you after the conference at my press conference. Looking forward to that.
And that press conference we'll have right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to go to a clip of the president's bilateral meeting with Vladimir Zelensky in just a little bit. Also, of course, we'll be seeing President Trump participate in that press conference later in the NATO summit. So that's something that should happen. To be honest, I think everything that we're talking about here most likely will happen before noon Eastern time. That's safe to say, as Ankara, Turkey, of course, is several hours ahead of the East Coast. And those watching on the West Coast right now, good morning. It's 6:05 out there. There's probably 2 people, maybe 2,000. Maybe 200,000, who knows? Anyway, so let's do this. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You see the RSBN 10 promo code. That is where you get that 10% off at checkout. And more Americans are looking for healthcare that's simple, convenient, and puts patients first. And that's one reason we're a proud sponsor, or they're a proud sponsor here, and proud to partner with them because most pharmacies fill prescriptions. All Family Pharmacy is actually focused on making the entire experience easier. Instead of long waits, endless phone calls, and crowded waiting rooms, you can complete a secure online medical questionnaire, have a licensed physician review your information, and if appropriate, provide a prescription. Then your medication is shipped directly to your door. And they offer more than 400 medications, from everyday prescriptions, ivermectin, antibiotics, to wellness therapies like NAD+, Samorlin, and methylene blue. And when you have questions, you can talk to a real member of their team, including a licensed pharmacist. So we all appreciate services that respect our time, give us more choices, and make life a little easier. And that's exactly what All Family Pharmacy is doing. All you have to do is visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You see that 10% off you'll get there by using the RSBN 10 promo code. You can also call 561-717-6794. That's what I like about All Family Pharmacy. It's not like they're out in the distance somewhere and you can't even talk to them. You can, right there, 561-717-6794. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Also, Birch Gold Group, of course, you can buy some gold, put some silver in your pocket, and a number of people are saying, well, I don't know about that because it's a little bit expensive with all the prices out there, but also gold is not a cheap commodity. But one thing you can control right now that doesn't cost you anything out of pocket is diversifying your retirement savings. Birch Gold Group will help you convert an old 401k from a previous employer or an IRA into a physical IRA in gold. Something that's really a hedge against inflation. And check this out. Right now, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. And check this out. 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Today, it's around $4,500. And the question is, where will it be 10 years from now? Text Trump to 989898 to take advantage of free America 250 silver with qualifying purchase before July 10th. Again, text Trump to that number, 989898 today. All right, so I believe we may have a few clips of the president's meeting with Vladimir Zelensky. Director, do we have that as of now? Okay, let's go to that as we are going to NATO in Turkey.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with President Zelensky. We've talked a little while, and we speak on occasion by phone. We had a great talk the other day, I think, very positive. And I think we have some very good stories to tell, what's going on. He wants to see a settlement, and I think President Putin wants to see a settlement. And usually that means a settlement, but who knows, this is a tough one. But I just, we just had our NATO meeting, and it was a great meeting. You probably heard it was a great meeting. There was a lot of love in that room, a lot of unity. And I don't think it could have been, Mark, what do you think? It couldn't have gone much better. Do you have a feeling as to what you just saw?
Very positive. A lot of unity, strength in that unity.
Yeah, really good. Scott, what do you think?
Yes, sir. All the Europeans, they attributed you to saving NATO, and they want to do what they're supposed to do and do the right thing.
Yeah, there was something very special. And I will say that what they've done with Turkey and President Erdogan has been a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Strong man, good man, and he's done a fantastic job. Every road, everything's perfect. He's from the airport to the destination, everything's been perfect. So we had a really good meeting, and we thought this would be a good time for President Zelensky and I to meet, and we'll see what we can do. But we've actually developed a good relationship. It's hard to believe, right? From the Oval Office to now, I think we've developed a very good relationship. And
this is not the end.
No, this is not. This is going to be the beginning, maybe.
Yeah.
Just the beginning. And the country has a lot of future. It has such great land, such great assets, such great people. And you have a lot of people. I was with a group in Poland, and you have a lot of people in Poland, and which is a terrific country with a really great president. I happen to endorse him, and he's doing a very good job. And they were saying they love Poland, but they really want to go back. You're going to get a lot of people back when this is over. They left some, and they're all. I think they're going to come back. A big percentage are going to come back. So have a good talk, and we're going to see how it all goes. And they are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of. You don't have to know about this. You got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. It's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war, it's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. That's because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're at the, I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change. But that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. And it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir, President Trump.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that
President Trump.
All right, a couple clips there that we're seeing on the wires for that meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Zelensky. Also, we're going to get to the NATO press conference, which is starting up any second from now. Of course, President Trump will participate in that as well. Before we get to that, let's go to a couple sponsors as we are live here on RSBN. Let's go to the following. I want to take a quick minute there and talk about tnusa.com/RSBN, of course, Tax Network USA. If you have any back taxes or just a number of questions when it comes to taxes in general, maybe you filed every year but you still keep owing, or maybe you're retired and suddenly got hit with a tax bill you didn't expect. However your tax issue started, the outcome unfortunately is the same. The balance is just not going down. Penalties are growing, interest compounds, and a number of people, have to owe the taxes, of course, this year. A lot of people didn't because of President Trump. Thanks to the president for that. But outside of that, a lot of the back taxes, really, to get that off of your mind, is something that you can get through tnusa.com. Now, the IRS, they're not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. And this is where Tax Network USA comes in. With more than 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving taxes, back taxes, and unfiled returns once and for all. And whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. And they can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They're offering that free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is really about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 877-479-6503 or go to tnusa.com/RSBN. Before we get to that NATO summit, we have one more sponsor here to talk about, freeusadoggift.com. I want to take a quick minute to speak to all the parents watching today. It's officially the dog days of summer, and if your house is anything like ours used to be, that means the dog sprawls out on the coolest tile floor that they can find, refusing to move for anyone. And it seems in some cases our dogs tend to run the house, and honestly, we wouldn't have it any other way. Most people say that. Well, here's a fun fact. Our founding fathers were the exact same way. Turns out, long before they were founding a nation, they were the original dog people, tails wagging in the halls of Mount Vernon and Monticello. Muddy paw prints on important documents, probably. Our founders loved their dogs every bit as much as we love ours today. So with America's 250th birthday, what a better way to get kids excited about history than through the goofy, loyal, tail-wagging companions who were there for it all. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a great guide called The Kids Guide to the Founders' Furry Friends, giving kids a fun and heartwarming look at the dogs who stood and sat and probably begged for scraps beside our nation's founders. It's the perfect keepsake souvenir for kids, and they're giving it away for free at that website you see right there on your screen. Plus, when you request your copy, they're also giving you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to the Founders' Message for Today, a must-read for every child. So during these dog days of summer, head on over to freeusadoggift.com right now to get these free guides for your family and help celebrate America's 250th birthday the right way. All right, so it is 9:16 Eastern time. It's time now to get back out there to Ankara for the NATO Summit press conference. President Trump will be participating in this press conference, so we'll be seeing him shortly, but let's go to that right now.
Good afternoon. It's great to see you. Thanks for your patience. We will start with a statement from the Secretary General and follow with your questions.
Good afternoon. We have just concluded a tremendously successful NATO summit here in Ankara. There was a great sense of unity. Allies warmly welcomed President Trump's leadership that is transforming this alliance and making it stronger. The message from this summit is simple. NATO delivers. 1 year ago in The Hague, allies took historic decisions to strengthen our alliance. Here in Ankara, excellently hosted by President Erdogan, we have demonstrated that those commitments are now being put into practice. Across the alliance, defense investment continues to rise. New capabilities are being delivered. Industry is expanding production. And European allies and Canada are assuming great responsibility for our shared security. Together, these are the foundations for a stronger a fairer and a more capable NATO. Allies reviewed the significant progress already made towards investing 5% of GDP in defense by 2035, already measuring 4% just 1 year into a 10-year project. So the momentum is clear. Allies continue to increase both core defense spending and broader investment that strengthen our security. They are generating the capabilities our defense plans require and stepping up their contribution to NATO's collective deterrence and defense. This is not simply about spending more, it is about ensuring that our armed forces have what they need to keep our 1 billion people safe in a more dangerous world. Our focus has now shifted decisively from setting targets to delivering results. That means accelerating production, breaking down barriers, boosting resilience, investing in innovation, and working with partners to maximize cooperation. The NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum demonstrated the determination of governments and industry to work together with greater speed and ambition. And the numbers are staggering, including over $50 billion in new procurement deals in just 1 day. We also launched a new major initiative, NATO's Drone Edge, which will see $40 billion invested by allies in uncrewed systems over the next 5 years. And big deals with US and European industry, including Triton from Northrop Grumman and our new AWACS from Saab. These new investments and industrial commitments announced here will help strengthen our collective defense while supporting innovation, economic growth, and, of course, skilled jobs across the whole of the alliance. This work must continue, and that's why I'm happy to announce that allies are taking a historic step to enhance NATO's fuel supply chain, to ensure our forces have the energy supplies they need for war-fighting readiness. While allies continue to finalize the details, we know that this 27 billion euro investment will modernize our existing fuel storage and distribution infrastructure and support new facilities, including pipelines towards the eastern part of the alliance. We are also ensuring that we are using technology to our advantage, including through the adoption of powerful AI models and the development of an interoperable transatlantic warfighting cloud. So here again, credible deterrence and defense depends on what we deliver, and we are delivering. Allies also reaffirmed NATO's unwavering support for Ukraine. As Russia continues its war, we will continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. Allies pledged to provide at least 70 billion euros in military equipment, assistance and training for Ukraine this year and again next year as we continue to press for peace. As Ukraine shifts the dynamics on the battlefield, our support must continue. This summit has shown that the alliance is stronger than ever. An alliance that is united and ready to defend every inch of our territory. Here in Ankara, allies reaffirmed their ironclad commitment to the collective defense under Article 5. That an attack on one is an attack on all, and we will stand together. Our unity, solidarity, and collective strength remain the foundation of peace, security, and prosperity. Leaders also agreed on the importance of modernizing our alliance and building for the future. That means a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. With European allies and Canada working with the United States, taking on greater responsibility for the defense of the alliance. Transformative investment in defense, major deals for industry, on both sides of the Atlantic. We are rebalancing our security for the better. That is what NATO 3.0 is all about. An alliance that continues to adapt. An alliance that continues to deliver. To keep 1 billion people safe. Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to your questions. Let's start over here in the fourth row, second seat in.
Maya Raidan, TRT Arabic. I have two questions, if you allow me. First, President Trump again criticized the NATO while he was standing beside you. We've heard a lot of promises and determination, that's very good. But why there isn't a credible plan B if he went through his threats to decrease his forces in the region? Is that because there isn't, or the NATO cannot function without the US? This is my first question. My second question regarding Iran, the final declaration said that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. If the US-Tehran negotiations failed, what is the NATO strategy to keep this objective? Thank you.
Well, on your first question, I can only tell you that what I saw in the room with 32 leaders sitting together was a huge sense of unity. I've not seen this in recent history. And this is what I always believed NATO is all about, that yes, you will have your forceful debates. Sometimes people will argue at the top of their lungs, their points of view, and others will answer. And I'm never worried about that, because in the end, we are an alliance of democracies. It makes us stronger. It not only makes us stronger, in the end, we also come together. Today is evidence of that. And I always know that President Trump and the US is completely committed to NATO. But there is this big irritant. The irritant that the Europeans were not paying the same as the Americans were paying. And this is a frustration on the US part since Eisenhower. And this American president has been able to solve this. And not only get the Europeans to commit to spend the same as the US, but also to deliver on that commitment. Already 4% on a 10-year trajectory to reach the 5%. 4% already reached. Of course, also because we have the Russian threat, the war in Ukraine, etc., etc. But this is a huge encouragement done by the American president to get us to do this. So, for all those reasons, I sense this sense of unity, and that is what makes this alliance so strong. It was really very special to be in that room, to sense that that situation. We all felt it, that this alliance is more together than ever. I think particularly because we allow ourselves to sometimes disagree and then come together. On your second question, it's absolutely clear it is a NATO policy that, and a point of view of all 32 allies, that Iran should never get its hand on a nuclear capability. Obviously, Iran is outside NATO territory. That doesn't mean that NATO could never get involved. But as I said before, if helpful, NATO is always willing to play a role. But first now, let's see what happens over the coming days and weeks.
Okay, let's come up here about halfway up on the right. I think I see Reuters. Ah, sorry, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we made it. I'm Lily Bayer from Reuters. Hi. Thank you very much for the question. Secretary General, we've heard President Trump talk a lot about the need to boost spending on defense, and you yourself, you've emphasized that European allies and Canada are stepping up. But NATO released new data yesterday, and what it showed is that there's actually quite a big spread in terms of what allies are spending as a percentage of GDP. Some are spending a lot, but there are actually quite a few allies that are still around 2% and don't have clear plans to make it to 3.5% on core defense. So what is your message to those allies, and do you foresee those allies that are still around 2% moving up soon? Thank you.
Well, let's indeed, as you already implied in your question, and I agree with that, agree that $250 billion spent more in 2 years, Canada, Europe, is massive. And there is a max to what you can spend more in 1 or 2 years, because you still have to recruit the men and women in uniform. You have to make sure that the defense industrial base produces the output. And of course, we are also ramping up the defense industrial production, but also there you need a couple of years to really get it going. Yes, there is always a certain spread between one country and the other. On the other hand, when you look at 4 big economies, Belgium, Italy, Spain and Canada, they were far from 2% a year ago. They all committed to 2%. And I always sense that if you have to make such a jump from 1.3, 1.4% to 2%, that means, in the case of some of these countries, $5 to $10 billion extra spent in 1 year, that you need to give yourself a little bit of time to indeed spend the money. Again, the absorption capacity, but then at a national level. But all these countries commit to move forward and to deliver on the The Hague targets.
All right, let's come to the front row here. Could I get a mic down in the center? If you can come down past the barrier. It's easier. The man here, yes, thanks.
Hi, sir.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. You mentioned that commitment from NATO. I'm John Decker from Gray Television. You mentioned that commitment from NATO for Ukraine, $80 billion this year, a follow-up of at least that amount in 2027. What will it take, in your view, beyond those resources to bring Mr. Putin to the negotiating table? That's my first question. And my second question, we're here in Turkey. What's come up during the president's time here is that S-400 missile system that Turkey possesses. Are you comfortable with that Russian missile system in the hands of a NATO ally? That's my question.
On the second question, this is primarily a bilateral issue between Turkey and the United States, and this has been discussed, as far as I understand, also in the bilateral discussions yesterday, or at least the two countries are working on it. So let me not comment. And your first question was on? Yes, so on Putin, yes, I said this, I gave that answer on Monday. I stopped a long time ago to try to interpret what is going on in the head of Vladimir Putin. What I do know is that Putin is in difficulty. The economy is doing badly. He is losing around 30,000 of his own people a month, which is terrible news for those families and people. It means he is willing to sacrifice up to 30, sometimes even 35,000 of his own, primarily men, on the battlefield. We see Ukraine striking deep into Russia when it comes to the energy infrastructure, the defense infrastructure, and the front line. He was making some gains earlier this year, and it is now more or less of a stalemate. So he's not doing well. There is this firm commitment now by the 32 to continue the support for Ukraine. I think that is absolutely relevant and very important. And I know that President Trump and his team, with help from everyone who is available, is trying to end this terrible war. He's meeting now, as we speak, with President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss what can be done more. And wherever we can be helpful, we will be helpful as NATO. But let me not try to predict what's going on in the mind of the Russian president.
All right, let's come up here. Financial Times, please.
We're going to go right back to Ankara, Turkey in just a second to hear from Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, in just a minute. Obviously, President Trump also meeting with Vladimir Zelensky. We're getting clips of that. We're going to air some of those here in just a second. Now, this is all on the heels of knowing that President Trump will be participating in that NATO press conference coming up. So as we watch that, we'll be making sure that we're live for that coverage there as well. So a lot going on out there in Ankara, and glad you're here with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All of it brought to you by some great sponsors, mypillow.com/RSBN. There's the great Mike Lindell, of course, running for governor in Minnesota. Ideally, he wins there in Minnesota. Steve Hilton out there in California. And anybody that is common sense on the right side of history, kind of like our founding fathers were, right? That's what we are basing our future off of, the Constitution of the United States. We want people like Mike and others controlling the levers there when it comes to saying, hey, this is about we the people. So whatever is best for we the people is what we want. And Mike is somebody that would do that, of course, in Minnesota. Anyway, mypillow.com/RSBN. More of a political ad instead of a MyPillow ad, but all good. Same difference in a way. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Okay, let's get back to President Trump and Vladimir Zelensky. Here are a few clips from moments ago.
I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that the Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end.
What's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yeah, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee are you talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think that country is going to do fantastically well. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're going to have a deal. We may just do it without a deal, because you know what? It's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside, they have a news conference where they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which. I picked two beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, the preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs, but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran. And that was 96% of the people that used that, they were made in Iran. And so we have a score to settle too.
All right, so clips from the White House there of President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Zelensky. So let's go back now to the NATO press conference. Again, Mark Rutte taking questions from the foreign press. Then President Trump will be participating in this press conference. We don't have a timetable on that, but we know he will be participating in this, I believe, within the next 30 minutes, maybe within the hour. It depends on the schedule out there in Ankara. But let's go back to that NATO press conference right now.
You to get involved personally and almost started a trade war with the EU. Further, you told Trump this morning that you personally will make sure that an agreement on Greenland is implemented. Is that a promise you're allowed to make? Is that not the sovereign right of the Danish and Greenlandic people? Thank you.
What the President and I agreed in Davos in January is, first of all, for when it comes to the defense of the Arctic, he absolutely was right. Because there is a huge risk that Russia and China will gain more and more access to the Arctic. And the discussion we had and the deal we made is for NATO, particularly the 7 countries bordering on the Arctic, including, of course, the US through NORSCOM and NORAD, so that means Canada with NORAD, And then, of course, the 5 European allies, so Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, working together, backed up by all the other allies, making sure that the Arctic stays safe. This is Arctic Sentry, launched by the Supreme Allied Commander early February. And then secondly, and here you're right, I'm not allowed to discuss or make any commitments on this second part. The second part is about trilateral talks between the US, Greenland, and Denmark, led by the foreign ministers of the United States, Greenland, and Denmark, basically to make sure that whatever investments when it comes to the Golden Dome or deployment of troops on Greenland will be made in the future, that if Greenland would change its constitutional position within the Kingdom of Denmark, that these commitments, these deals are still valid. And that's why also Greenland is involved in those talks. I'm not involved in those talks, so your question, are you allowed, etc., on the second part, this is up to the 3 parties. These talks are ongoing. When it comes to the first, of course, it is my role to work with our military leaders to make sure that we implement this Arctic Sentry, and that's exactly what we are doing.
All right, we'll stay right up there just next to him. Bloomberg.
Secretary General Andrea Policiano from Bloomberg News.
Good afternoon.
Will there be, I'm here.
Hi, I see you, yeah.
Will there be a summit next year in Albania? If not, when? Thank you.
The next summit will indeed be in Albania. That was the decision in The Hague. So the summit now in Ankara and then the next summit in Albania. So from now on, of course, the next summit is not in Ankara, because we are in Ankara now. So the next summit is in Albania, and of course we still have to decide on the exact timing.
Okay, and then let's come down here in the second row, right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Hi. Given all the challenges you laid out of defense production, increasing spending, you had kind words to say, or supportive words to say, about the president's strikes on Iran last night. If that conflict enlarges again, are you concerned at all that that could divert money, munitions, resources, attention from stopping the war in Ukraine?
No, because the United States is so strong and powerful, it can do both. Obviously, we still have to produce more. That's anyway a goal we have both in the US and in Europe and in Canada. But when it comes to Iran, degrading the nuclear capability, degrading the interballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for the Middle East, crucial for Europe, crucial for the whole world. And then, of course, the American president deciding, and I think he was totally right, last night, given the attacks on ships which happened over the last 24 hours, to do these strikes, obviously is completely the right thing to do, because this was Iran breaking the deal.
All right, and then right here in the center. Yes?
Sarsin Anajer, Harici Media. President Trump was quite unhappy how the European countries had a lack of contribution to the military operations against Iran. If the ceasefire ends completely and the war is back on, do you support European countries to contribute more into this conflict? And if Donald Trump makes a statement like that to call them for aid, do you support his call? Thank you.
Yeah, obviously this is not so much NATO, this is individual European allies having bilateral agreements with the United States, which have been negotiated over the years, when it comes, for example, to the use of bases, etc. And I know when it comes to this, that the United States is disappointed. And what I pointed out is that this is about individual cases. Isolated cases. When you look at Europe as a whole, massively the Europeans have done what they bilaterally agreed with the United States when it comes to these agreements. And this led, in aggregate, to, as I mentioned on Monday, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases in the context of Epic Fury. And I would say Epic Fury would have been very difficult to do without Europe being a platform of power projection for the United States. Of course, this is one of the reasons why the United States is invested in its allies in Europe, to keep itself safe from the nuclear submarines, from Russia not ending up at the shores of the United States, but also, for example, for this reason, to make sure that they can make use of these bases. And massively that has been done.
All right, we're going to get challenging for the mic carriers because I've got several questions that are towards the center. So first, there's a man in the blue shirt.
And we agreed on Monday that you were sitting.
There's too many people. So fourth row blue shirt here. And then after that, I think we'll go back to the eighth row, about just as far in, or a little further.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yilmaz Akıncı from Al Jazeera. My question is, President Trump was mentioning today that the peace deal is over for me with Iran. And just a couple of minutes ago, he said we will hit them hard tonight. So what is the NATO standing in the sense, especially there are certain countries like Spain is not really collaborative with NATO ally. Will NATO really fully support this, attacks or involve, especially when the topic comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first, political. So the political position of NATO is clear. Over the years, always been clear that Iran should not have a nuclear capability, should not have a interballistic missile capability. So there's no doubt about that. That's the political side. Then the practical side. NATO itself is not involved. This is outside NATO territory. But as I just mentioned with your colleague, there are, of course, these bilateral agreements the United States has negotiated over the years with individual allies in Europe. And again, when you looked at the situation between the end of February and mid-April till the ceasefire started, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases, I think this is evidence that European allies have delivered.
Okay, all right. Towards the center in the eighth row. Do we have a mic moving? Or is she already there?
Now you have to look at her. She decides. Alison decides. I see a gentleman there. Hey.
Making our way. And then once you're there, please stay there because we'll take a few in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You know Donald Trump well. Can you just give a sense from your perspective, do you think that he is more committed and more enthusiastic about NATO and NATO membership now than he was a year ago, given all the allies have done in terms of ramping up defence spending? Or are you seeing that these outbursts against the UK and others over failing to join the fight against Iran, his desire for Greenland, that actually he is as unhappy as ever before with NATO, maybe even more so? And can I just have a clarification from what you said earlier about Iran? Are you saying that that NATO actually would support the US militarily in terms of its operation in Iran?
What I said is that Iran is outside NATO territory. NATO has a political position. You can also see that in the summit declaration that Iran should not get a nuclear capability, that the Strait of Hormuz should open up. And NATO has always taken the position that when it comes to the interballistic missile capability, Iran should not get its hands on it. But this is outside NATO territory, so this is individual allies navigating this with the United States. On your first question, I always felt that families, where sometimes you have heart-to-hearts and sometimes you fight each other a bit, are much stronger than families where you have, let's not disagree and let's keep things nice and unity. That's a bit fake, I always felt. I love it when sometimes between friends you can fight each other because it makes you stronger. And President Trump is not a person which keeps his views to himself. So on two issues he was very clear. One is that Europe had to step up, and this had to do with NATO. He was committed to NATO, he is committed to NATO. But he said, hey Mark, it's not a fair deal. How can it be that you have 600 million people living in Europe, the richest part of the world, big economies like Germany and the Netherlands and Italy and France, and all the other nations together defending, of course, including with the US against 140 million Russians, and then you're overly dependent on the United States. That's not fair, and he's right. And that's what we settled in The Hague. I think that was his leadership, extremely important. So committed to NATO, but also expecting us all to do more. And when it comes to Iran, clearly he was disappointed. What I pointed out again is this is about isolated cases, massively. Europeans have done what you, the United States, bilaterally negotiated with these European countries.
Okay, this man here, yes, please.
Yeah, hey, Rasmus Svaneborg from the Danish news agency.
Yes, hi.
Danish news agency Ritzau. Mark, you sit next to Donald Trump in moments where he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, starting trade wars.
All right, so we'll go back to the NATO press conference in Ankara, Turkey, of course, for the NATO summit there. President Trump will be participating in that press conference here shortly. Let's go to a couple sponsors in the meantime, Kalshi.com/RSBN, or the QR code that you see right there on your screen, or you can go to the app if you'd like to download that as well. So a lot of political trending topics out there, a lot of different topics, whether it's music or sports or faith or weather. People are actually putting money on the line, talking about things like, will it be 77 degrees in New York today? That kind of thing. Obviously, it'll be a little bit warmer than that, but you get the point there, as there are a number of questions, again, that people are putting money on the line for, and also really just checking out the polls there with Kalshi.com. More than 1 million users on Kalshi. 3 ways to get there: the app, the QR code, and the website, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You see CovePure.com/RSBN. You know, you can save $250 right now on this product, and it's something that's well worth the investment, because at the end of the day, we talked about America 250 a lot, right? And I'm so glad our country is 250 years young and continuing on in freedom. But 250 years later, we're still here drinking whatever the government decided to put in our water. Fluoride for our teeth, or chlorine to keep things clean. Well, that's not a decision someone else should be making for your family, which is why you should just use CovePure, because more than 209 million Americans, and there are 347 million of us out there, are on fluoridated water right now. And here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. And then that's not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. Also, there's chlorine in that water. That isn't even the worst part. It's what happens when it reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. What it does is it creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens, linked to disruption of your gut and also cancer. Now, there are states moving on this. Utah and Florida banned fluoride, but that process takes years. Your kids, your family, they're drinking this water today. You really need something that works now, and that's exactly what CovePure is. They're certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, things like fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs. Anything that isn't water gets filtered out. And it does look great on screen too as well when it comes to the actual system there. You don't have to install this huge complex system. Nothing like that. The thing just plugs right in, and it makes your water taste great. And the best part is it gives you whatever temperature water you want, hot, cold, or warm, instantly with a tap of a button. So to wait for the government to catch up, take back control of your water. And in honor of America's 250th, CovePure is giving you guys $250 off if you use that link, CovePure.com/RSBN. CovePure.com/RSBN. Drink pure, live pure. CovePure.com. Awesome sponsors, as we are 9 minutes from the top of the hour, awaiting President Trump to participate in that press conference there in Turkey for the NATO summit. Now, we do know that the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, spoke up during the meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine. I believe the Secretary of War speaking about Iran. So let's take a look at that clip right now.
Last night, as you said, a lot of small craft that they were trying to harass shipping with. So that was a big part of what we targeted. Underground facilities where they were storing drones or missiles, coastal defense sites, radar sites, surveillance sites, anything used to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. And tonight, if we need to, on your order, Mr. President, we will hit even more and even deeper, because that's the consequence.
And we may put down the blockade. We may put it back, the blockade. And it'll only be a blockade for Iran. Anybody else can have whatever they want. Now, of course, they'll drop some mines if they can, if they can do it. But it's hard because we're taking out those little boats now with the same weapon we used to take out the drug lords and the boats coming in by sea.
Okay, so we are now standing by for President Trump participating in the NATO Summit press conference. Let's return to Ankara right now as that press conference is ongoing.
The effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat, it has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had a meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very little time and still lots and lots of questions. So the woman who's standing here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General.
Yes, hi.
Mel Akan from the Epoch Times, New York-based media outlet. I have a question on Russia. Russia is facing energy crisis, fuel shortages. The entire country is facing gasoline shortages. How do you see this impacting the war in Ukraine? And do you ask or do you expect President Trump to impose more sanctions on Russia?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is very successful in hitting the energy infrastructure in Russia. In Omsk yesterday, they claimed, and I think the Russians almost, well, I have this from the media, so I didn't get this confirmed from other sources, but I guess you reported this correctly, some of you did, at least yesterday, that they have been successful in striking deep into Russia, which was one of the biggest refinery plants in Russia. And this is part of a pattern over the last 2 months, where the Ukrainians are more and more successful in hitting the vital energy infrastructure in Russia. This is having an impact on people driving cars, ending up at the gasoline stations. There was news yesterday that they had to put out mobile toilets because people had to wait all night for gasoline. Well, I can assure you one thing as a politician. In the 16th, 17th century, you had to make sure there was enough bread. In the 21st century, you have to make sure there's enough gasoline. Your voters don't like it if they cannot fill up their cars. And of course, this is having an impact on the Russian economy. At the same time, you have a Russian president which is willing to sacrifice up to 35,000 of his own young men in this crazy war against Ukraine, totally unprovoked. So again, to any Russian young man listening, if you contemplate joining the war effort, think again. You might be one of those 30 to 35,000 this month, next month, the month after, because your president somehow doesn't care. He is willing to sacrifice you. So this is what is happening. And I know that the US and the European Union, sanctions is not NATO, but the EU and European countries and the US and the United Kingdom are constantly coordinating when it comes to sanctions and to see what can be done.
Okay, I think we have 2 more questions. So the man in the orange tie here in the 6th row.
Hi, Johannes Perterer, Austrian National Television and Radio, ORF. I'm just curious about what NATO, at the end of the day, is really about. We heard a lot about defense spending and about following interests and about hard power politics, let's say. I was wondering also, because we find ourselves in an autocracy where journalists are being arrested, what values does NATO represent, if any? And are those values shared by all 32 members? Thank you.
NATO is a defensive alliance, defending 1 billion people living in NATO territory. That's the United States, that's Canada, and 30 countries in Europe. We are defensive. We will never attack another country. Never. We are a defensive alliance, but we will make absolutely sure that if anyone else does not wish as well and tries to attack us, that they know that our reaction will be very forceful, that we can defend ourselves, etc., etc. And that is for a reason. First of all, because I strongly believe in the 21st century that you should not attack another country like the Russians have done with Ukraine. It's kind of crazy to do that. It's a playbook of the 19th century or the 20th century. We don't do this in grown-up democracies anymore in the 21st century. So that's one, but also because there are values at stake. Democracy. And democracy, as I said on Monday, is not only free vote. Democracy is also you, the free media, that you can report, that you can try to find out what happened behind the scenes. Politicians not always liking what you find. But if it is fair, hey, it's your role and your job to do that. It's part of democracy. And the third pillar of democracy is that your societies have the ability to make their views known. And they do this sometimes through demonstrations. And that is always should be possible. And that means that journalists should always be able, in person, to participate in big news events.
Okay, final question. That's all we have time for. We're going to go to the fifth row on the aisle here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Satya from...
Yes, hi.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, there are more than one hand. Yes.
Satya from NHK, the public TV station of Japan. Thank you. I'd like to ask about the IP4. Do you think it was important to have at least all representatives of all IP4 countries present in Ankara, considering the challenges NATO faces from China? And this is the second year not having all the leaders present at the summit, but do you already have any ideas on how to engage again at the leaders level with them?
Yes, well, the president of the Republic of Korea was here, so I had the opportunity to get to know him better. He and the First Lady participated in a dinner last night, and we had very senior representatives at the level of defense ministers and or foreign ministers of New Zealand, Australia and Japan. So I myself have my engagement with the leaders of these nations, so it's not necessary that always all the leaders are here. I was very happy to meet the Korean president because he is relatively new. We spoke a couple of times on the phone. This gives the opportunity to get to know each other better. And I traveled myself last year to Japan, and I might do other trips to the IP4 countries in the future, because this is an important relationship. And we said yesterday it is important because this is about the acknowledgement that the two theaters, the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, are more and more interconnected. You cannot separate the two. That doesn't mean that you want to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. That's not the goal. The goal is to work as much together on defense industry, on innovation, on standards, also exchanging views on defense spending, how to do that in the best way. We have now experienced in NATO not to prescribe in detail how many tanks or how many fighter jets, but what should be the battlefield outcomes we want to achieve by each nation's contribution to the collective defense. So this was a very useful discussion. I think we all felt that. Alison, there is one lady over there who really tried for some time. Is it okay if we do one more?
One more.
It's you, and then we stop. Because I think there are other presidents and prime ministers also wanting to address you and get your questions.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Ecem Toplar Haber Global TV. Anti-Turkey rhetoric continues to flow from Greece, which persists in its illegal militarization activities in the Aegean. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis stated, "My country still faces an open threat of war from Turkey." How are these statements by Greece received within the alliance? Thank you.
Yes, well, I've said before when it came to other issues sometimes between allies, and that can always happen. We have an alliance of 32 nations, so there might be bilateral discussions, and then obviously, unavoidably, I will get the question, what is my view on this? But of course, I'm not a commentator. I'm there to maintain the unity, at least trying to do my best to maintain the unity of the alliance, and that means that when there are discussions or sometimes irritants between allies, that I do not comment in public, so that I can be behind the scenes, if necessary, if so wanted by any of the discussing countries, helpful. Thank you so much. It was really great to see you on Monday, to see you today, earlier today. You're amazing. See you next time. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
All right, so that wraps up the press conference with Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO. Then, as you may have heard there, some other dignitaries, presidents, heads of state will be participating in that press conference. As soon as we see President Trump, of course, we'll be going to that live. Also, we have a number of interviews lined up at 10:30, 10:45, and onward, so we may get to that as well as we await the president. In the meantime, let's go to a few of our great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including All Family Pharmacy. More Americans are, really looking for healthcare that's simple, convenient, and puts patients first. That's one reason we're proud to partner with All Family Pharmacy. Most pharmacies fill prescriptions. All Family Pharmacy is also focused on making the entire experience easier. Instead of long waits, endless phone calls, and crowded waiting rooms, you can complete a secure online medical questionnaire, have a licensed physician review your information, and if appropriate, provide a prescription. Then your medication is shipped directly to your door, and they offer more than 400 medications, from everyday prescriptions, ivermectin, antibiotics, wellness therapies like NAD+, Morlin, and methylene blue. And when you have questions, you can actually talk to a real member of their team, including a licensed pharmacist. We all appreciate services that respect our time, give us more choices, and make life a little easier. That's exactly what All Family Pharmacy is doing. All you have to do is visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that promo code RSBN10. You'll save that 10% at checkout. And you can also call them, 561-717-6794, 561-717-6794. You could buy some gold if you'd like and put some silver in your pocket as well. And a number of people are saying, well, a lot of things are expensive out there. How am I going to afford gold right now? Well, one thing you can control that doesn't cost anything out of pocket is diversifying your retirement savings. So Birch Gold Group will help you convert an old 401k from a previous employer or an IRA into a physical IRA in gold, something that's really a hedge against inflation. And check this out. Right now, Birch Gold is going to give you that special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. So we have a couple days left on this deal. And think about this, 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Today, that's around $4,500. Where will it be in a decade from now? All you have to do to get the ball rolling is text Trump to 989898 to take advantage of free America 250 silver with qualifying purchase before July 10th. Again, text Trump to that number at 989898 today. All right, it is 5 after 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Thanks so much for live streaming in with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The main event left today in Turkey, of course, for the NATO summit is when President Trump participates in that press conference. He already broke news earlier talking about the Iranian ceasefire being over. So that's one of the main news headlines already out of Turkey and this NATO summit. Of course, there's a lot going on in the 24/7 news cycle as well. Let's do this. As we await some of our live interviews and that press conference to get kick started again, we don't know, to be honest, if it's going to be President Trump next or one of the other world leaders taking questions from the foreign press. So we have a couple of things to go to here in the meantime. One is the NATO working meeting, clip number 2, which we'll go to here in a second. And then coming up in just a little bit, we have a couple of live interviews in store for you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. More than 5 million great patriots following us on Truth. And then over on X, more than 1 million. So the numbers are increasing, great numbers over the 4th of July as well, July 3rd, July 4th. Upwards of, I think, around 2 million people in total views, maybe even more than that. So great to see that here on RSBN. Again, this is all about God, family, country, and freedom here on this network and in conservative media. Great to be a part of it here on Right Side. My name's Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social and X, you can find it out there. In the meantime, let's go to that NATO working meeting that happened at the start of this NATO summit earlier today.
Please take your seats, dear colleagues. And a warm welcome to this summit. And without further ado, it is my honor and pleasure to give the floor to our host, the President of the Republic of Turkey. Please, President Erdogan, you have the floor.
Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, on the basis of our decisions that we have taken in the Hague summit, we have focused on ensuring the European allies to become better security providers. As Turkey, before 2030, we'd like to increase our defense spending to 3.5%, and we have already taken our measures to do that. In expenditures in connection with security and resilience, even now, we have reached a budget share of 1.5%. In this way, as determined in The Hague, the 5% target, we aim to reach this target 5 years before the determined time. But our main success of our country is with regards to our move in defense industry. With regards to production and export capacity, we rank among the top 10 countries of the world. In the alliance, we have been allocated 361 capability targets, and almost all of them will have been covered within 3 years, even before the pledged date. We have allocated an additional budget of $24 billion to air and missile defense capabilities, whose lackness is most felt in our alliance through our Steel Dome project. As the country that has the largest army in Europe, we are in an effort to provide our capabilities to the service of the alliance at every stage that is needed. In Kosovo, in Black Sea, in the Baltic area, and in other geographies, we are leading among the allies that contribute to the operations, missions, and exercises of the alliance. As an ally that uses the UAVs and armed UAVs successfully in real battlefields, we hope to have our Center of Excellence for Unmanned Systems countermeasures that we are foreseeing to establish to be accredited at NATO. And I believe that this center will support our response capability, especially against air and marine drone threats. Distinguished guests, I would like to especially attract attention to the following two issues so that we can reach the NATO 3.0 target as soon as possible. First of all, starting with the defense industry, lifting of restrictions among allies in defense cooperation, starting with the defense industry. And I very much welcome the fact that this message was emphasized by both industry and government officials at the Defense Industry Forum. Secondly, as European allies, while taking on more responsibilities in the defense of the continent, we need to refrain from taking decisions and making actions that may weaken the integrity of the alliance and transatlantic relationships. And here I would like to especially address our allies that are members of the European Union. Maximum benefit in the Union's efforts in the field of security can only and only be possible through refraining from unnecessary duplications with NATO. Exclusion of allies that are not members of the Union, while a cooperation model dictated by wisdom and logic is possible, would cause limited resources to be spent in vain and create an artificial division in Europe, which we do not desire at all. It is evident that this attitude does not serve for the purposes of transatlantic defense industrial base pointed out by Distinguished Secretary General. Distinguished counterparts, in the Ukraine war, I share President Trump's vision for peace, and I state my support to prioritize Ukraine requirements list initiative. In addition to our military support that we're providing to Ukraine from our own national inventory, we will continue our contribution within the scope of the Pearl Initiative. While supporting Ukraine, we are also benefiting from our communication channels to direct Russia towards peace. I very much appreciate the resolute stance demonstrated by my friend, Mr. Trump, in ensuring that the Iranian crisis entered into a trajectory of settlement despite attempts for sabotage. In addition to our diplomatic efforts, we are ready to provide required contribution to clear the Strait of Hormuz from mines. And on this occasion, I would like to express our thanks for the support provided by the NATO elements against missiles targeting Turkey, starting with the United States of America and Spain, and also to Germany and Italy, who have deployed additional air defense batteries. I would like to indicate that it is very important that our partners under Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, whose solidarity that I believe is a must, and it's very important that they're here today with us. And I once again emphasize that the key for lasting peace in the Middle East is a two-state solution. And I would like to indicate that we all have a duty to ensure peace in especially Gaza and Lebanon. And finally, I would like to remind you once again that we need to be in full solidarity in fighting against all forms and manifestations of terrorism, and I wish the Ankara summit to lead to auspicious results, and I'd like to thank all who have contributed in the preparations for the summit. Thank you.
All right, so we are awaiting President Trump to participate in the press conference live there in Ankara, Turkey. And then, of course, later today, President Trump will head back here to the States and return to the White House. And I'm thinking maybe tomorrow will be the day, wild guess, where we'll see maybe the White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt back at the podium. No sources are telling me that now. It's just one of those guesses. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong with the guess. It is what it is. But we do know this. We're looking forward to that. Of course, Carolyn Leavitt, a rock star. Looking forward to seeing her take on the press there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's go to a couple sponsors before we go to the NATO photo op that happened earlier as we await President Trump. And we have a few live interviews coming up. Tax Network USA is one of the great sponsors here on right side. As you see, 877-479-6503 is the number. So if you have any questions about your back taxes, if you have any back taxes or unfiled tax returns, or have you filed every year but still keep owing, however your tax issue started, the outcome unfortunately is the same. Your balance is just not going down. Penalties are growing, interest compounds, and a number of people still just either owe back taxes or just owe taxes from this year. So the IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. And this is really where Tax Network USA comes in. With more than 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt, and they can do the same for you. But the thing is you have to call now because they're offering this free investigation call with the IRS. And after that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and just get you back on track. This is really about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Just give them a call, 877-479-6503. It's tnusa.com/RSBN. Great sponsor here on Right Side. Same with this. Pretty cool stuff, freeusadoggift.com. A little less serious from the finances, but still just want to take a minute to speak to all the parents watching today. It's officially, of course, the dog days of summer, and if your house is anything like ours used to be, we have a Yorkie, but the grandparents have the Yorkie right now as we raise our kids. But anyway, if you, again, back to what I was saying, if your house is anything like ours used to be, that means the dog sprawls out on the coolest tile floor he can find, refusing to move for anyone. And it seems our dogs tend to run the house, and honestly, a lot of people wouldn't have it any other way. Well, here's a fun fact. Our founding fathers were the exact same way. Turns out long before they were founding a nation, they were the original dog people, tails wagging in the halls of Mount Vernon and Monticello, muddy paw prints on important documents. Our founders love their dogs every bit as much as we love ours today. And with America's 250th birthday, what better way to get kids excited about history than through the goofy, loyal, tail-wagging companions who were there for it all? Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a great guide called The Kids Guide to the Founders' Furry Friends, giving kids a fun and heartwarming look at the dogs who stood and sat and probably begged for scraps beside our nation's founders. It's the perfect keepsake souvenir for kids, and they're giving it away for free at freeusadoggift.com. Plus, when you request your copy, they're also giving you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to the Founder's Message for Today. It's a must-read for every child. So, during these dog days of summer, head on over to freeusadoggift.com right now and get these free guides for your family and help celebrate America's 250th birthday the right way as we continue that celebration throughout this year as we are 250 years young. All right, so President Trump will be holding that press conference or participating in that press conference at the NATO Summit here momentarily. In the meantime, let's go to the NATO Photo Summit that happened earlier today.
His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency, Mr. Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Andrej Babis, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Janez Janša, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Nicușor Dan, President of Romania. His Excellency, Mr. Karol Nawrocki, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency, Mr. Kristen Michal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. His Excellency, Mr. Rob Jetten, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Son Excellence, Monsieur Luc Frieden, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Her Excellency, Ms. Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency, Mr. Miloko Spajic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Péter Magyar, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency Mr. Rumen Radev, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Her Excellency Ms. Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. The Right Honourable Mr. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency Mr. Bart de Wever, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkevich, President of the Republic of Latvia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. His Excellency Mr. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. His Excellency Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Honorable Donald Trump, President of the United States of America.
All right, so obviously seeing President Trump at that NATO photo op from earlier in the day. Next up for the president is the participation in the NATO press conference coming up a little bit later. Currently also meeting with the Syrian leader. So as we see clips of that, we may be able to air some of that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to a couple sponsors in the meantime before we get to a few live interviews here on the network, including All Family Pharmacy. You know, more Americans are simply looking for health care that is simple, convenient, and puts patients first. And that's one reason why we're proud to partner with All Family Pharmacy. Most pharmacies, they just fill prescriptions. All Family Pharmacies focused on making the entire experience easier. Instead of long waits, endless phone calls, and crowded waiting rooms, you can complete a secure online medical questionnaire, have a licensed physician review your information, and if appropriate, provide a prescription. Then your medication is shipped directly to your door. And they offer more than 400 medications, from everyday prescriptions, things like also ivermectin and antibiotics, to wellness therapies like NAD+, Samoralin, and methylene blue. And when you have questions, you can actually talk to a real member of their team, including a licensed pharmacist. So we all appreciate services that respect our time, of course, give us more choices, and make life a little easier. That's exactly what All Family Pharmacy is doing. So just visit them, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You see that phone number there too. Use the RSBN 10 promo code at checkout, and that number 561-717-6794. Birch Gold Group, of course, if you'd like to buy some gold or put some silver in your pocket, you can do so. But if you're, having a tight budget right now, it makes sense. It's the way it is for a lot of us out there in the country. How are you going to buy gold is the question. One thing you can control right now that doesn't cost you anything out of pocket is to diversify your retirement savings. So Birch Gold Group will help you convert an old 401k from a previous employer or an IRA into a physical IRA in gold. It's really something that's a hedge against inflation. And check this out. Right now, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. So we have a couple days yet. And think about this. 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Today, it's around $4,500. And so where will it be 10 years from now? Text Trump to 989898 to take advantage of free America 250 silver with qualifying purchase before July 10th. Again, text Trump to that number, 989898, that you see there on your screen. As we await the Commander-in-Chief, the leader of the free world, President Donald J. Trump, to hold that press conference there at the NATO Summit, let's go now to the Sunshine State. Let's go to Florida, where Bia Valenti is running for a District 14 congressional district seat. Bia, thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about your run for office. Tell us about your story. How did you come to this decision?
Well, I knew as soon as this seat opened, I knew I had to get in. I'm a fourth-generation Hillsborough County native. I went to the local high school here, went to Florida State University, and then I had an opportunity to work in President Trump's first administration. I stayed there until the very last day. I was with the president for 3.5 years, and then I joined the Navy Reserves, and I've spent the last few years working in Congress as a congressional staffer. I climbed the ranks all the way up to a senior policy advisor, first for Congressman Neil Dunn in the Panhandle, and then Mississippi Chairman Mike Ezel, and most recently for our Senator Ashley Moody. This is a purple district. It's a tough race, but as you see, I'm in the car right now, knocking on doors, hitting pavement. The people out here, the grassroots movement, we are so excited to flip this seat from blue to red and defend our House majority.
That's awesome, and that is quite the resume right there. And if you ask me, you have my vote. It's pretty awesome. I mean, seriously. I mean, someone like you are alive. You know what I mean? In the sense of your delivery is showing a passion to help people. And on the other side of the aisle, we really don't see that too much, do we?
No, you really don't. And I think that's what voters are looking at right now. The president is doing a phenomenal job at this, right? He's expanded the Republican Party, and we are winning. Left, hand over fist, we're winning. But look, the Democrats, they do a good job at this, right? They rally their socialist, communist base to turn out the votes. They're picking off incumbents left and right with Democratic socialists, but we know what they are. We know that they're communists. And so we need to do a better job in the Republican Party at matching that. Send fire for fire. Send a young, energetic Tampa native to defend the House majority and go toe-to-toe with these radicals. Put them on the record. Say, why don't you support the SAVE Act? Why are you supporting communists? In the 250th year of this beautiful country, we just saw the president at Mount Rushmore defending our freedoms, and yet we still have people in the country who are turning and looking to socialism and to communism. And I believe it's the younger generation who are holding on to that message. But I'm picking them off one by one. As I hit the pavement, I'm telling them about freedom, about opportunity, about Trump accounts, about affordability, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. This is the American dream. If you join the Republican Party, you can achieve it too.
And then so on top of that, fighting for our freedoms legally, lawfully, spiritually, it seems like you're at the forefront of that going on when it comes to running for office. Now, your thoughts about this midterm RNC National Convention in Dallas in September. That's something that doesn't happen ever. This is the first time I think the RNC has ever had a midterm national convention outside of a presidential cycle year. Your thoughts about that?
I think it's great. I think we need to absolutely make sure that we're getting people to turn out the vote. You can never take anything for granted. Freedom is always just one generation away. So let's rally the troops. Let's get the grassroots out there and make sure that we can continue to deliver on the president's agenda. As you very well are aware, and so are your viewers, when we win the August primary and then go on to defeat Kathy Castor, and when you send me to Washington in January, I and my peers in Congress, we will only have 2 years left of President Trump's agenda. Even when we're in the majority, if we're not careful, the radicalized Democrats, we know their playbook. Your viewers know it well. Impeach, impeach, impeach. That's all they will do. As a congressional staffer, I saw it firsthand when they tried to impeach our president, when they tried to go after him. They do not want to see him succeed, and they will have people every single day trying to impeach and obstruct the President Trump's agenda and American freedom. So I'm glad that we're getting the grassroots votes out. Like I said, I'm out here in the streets, and there's plenty of people out here that are just as excited, that are so thankful for President Trump, and that love our country during this 250th year of celebrating our freedom.
That's so awesome. It's awesome to see that. It is grassroots sounding, which is what we the people love, of course. And if you're just joining us now, this is Bia Valenti. She's running for a congressional seat in Florida, District 14. Before I let you go, one more question. Your friends, your family, your loved ones, what are their thoughts about you running for office? Because at the end of the day, this is not, it's not a bed of roses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're excited because, of course, this is our family legacy. As I mentioned at the top, I'm a fourth-generation Hillsborough County native. This race is deeply personal to me. We're not going to let somebody who's not from here buy it. We're not going to let someone write a blank check to buy the seat. My family started J.C. Valenti Produce. We started a tomato business. My grandfather taught at the local high school. I went to the local high school. So my family, I say on the campaign trail, I see friends, supporters, and third cousins all the time because we're embedded in this community, and the fight for freedom could not be more serious. It hangs in the balance right now. And as we know, this district, it's an R+3, but it's a toss-up. So we're truly in a purple district that we need to fight for. They're excited. My friends, my neighbors, my peers, my supporters, everyone's excited to finally flip this seat. We've had a Democrat incumbent for 18 years who's not delivered, who's not reflective of Hillsborough County's values, and certainly not aligned with the president's administration. So after 18 years, we're ready for new generational leadership, and they're ready to send a conservative fighter to Washington to be on the House floor and to support the president's agenda. And so I will not let them down. I'll keep fighting. And if you want to join our fight, please visit beaforcongress.com. And please, 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 if you know folks here in Hillsborough County, get them to vote. August 18th is the Republican primary. I'd love to earn your support.
Awesome. Bea Valenti, hopefully Congresswoman Valenti coming up in November. And then you know what? I think with just your delivery and the likability factor is important, but also the content of what you're talking about. You kind of speak the language of we the people that are just our common sense, love God, family, country. And so maybe in 28, 29, if we have a Republican as the president, who knows how fast forward your career could go into maybe a cabinet position. I don't say that to everybody, but I do think that I think you're on the way to do some great things for this country. So Bea Valenti, thank you so much for taking the time with us here on Right Side.
Thank you so much for having me. Hope to see you again soon.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Awesome stuff out of the Sunshine State in Florida there, as we are awaiting President Donald J. Trump to take to the podium in Turkey for that NATO summit. Of course, President Trump participating in the NATO press conference to pretty much wrap up that NATO summit 2026 out there in Turkey. So after that, President Trump, of course, heading back to the States. And did you see that new Air Force One, the new digs? Looking great, if you ask me. So coming up, we'll have an interview from someone at the White House, actually. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back as we stand by for this NATO 2026 summit coverage.
It's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, getting ready for that live feed all the way out there in Turkey for the NATO Summit 2026. So in the meantime, of course, September 9th and 10th, Dallas, Texas is the site at the American Airlines Arena for the midterm conference. The National RNC Conference will be happening then. So, of course, a lot of build up to that point. In the meantime, joining us now is White House Deputy Press Secretary Abigail Jackson. Thank you so much for joining us, Abigail.
Yeah, great to be with you as always.
Definitely. Okay, so we know President Trump in Turkey back to the States tonight, and we're, about a year into the One Big Beautiful Bill becoming law. So let's go over some of the highlights and accomplishments, including the working families tax cuts, because I heard someone recently say the other day that the no tax on overtime is literally a big deal for her and her family. Pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah, it's great to hear from real Americans across this country about the many ways that the president's signature legislation and tax cuts are helping them on a daily basis. Of course, no tax on overtime is huge, but also no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, tax cuts across the board, the largest tax cuts for working Americans in history, and not a single Democrat voted for this legislation. That's the important thing to remember. So as the American American people feel the benefits, they should remember that it was the Republicans in Congress and President Trump who pushed so hard for this law, and that it was the Democrats who actively campaigned against the legislation.
And on top of that, the Save America Act, they're not on board with that either. So they don't want us to have any money. They don't want us to have any free and fair elections. Like, what's the deal there, Abigail?
Yeah, it just goes to show you how out of step the Democrats in Congress are with the American people and the priorities of the American people. Another great feature of the president's One Big Beautiful Bill that I would highlight is, of course, the Trump accounts, which the president just held a great event on in the Oval Office earlier this week. And again, that is a policy that sets young Americans up for financial success far into the future. It's something great that everyone should be able to support, but yet every single Democrat in Congress voted against it. And the reason I call this out specifically is because I've actually seen Democrats touting this policy, trying to take credit for this policy because they know how popular it is, yet they voted against it anyway. Cory Booker, great example. He's posting all over social media, trying to do, local news about how he helped this policy and how he's so happy about this policy. But at the time, he said President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill was, quote, violence. Really, that's how he described legislation. It's unbelievable. And so we're not going to let the American people forget that these great policies that they're benefiting from, Democrats tried to stand in the way of.
Speaking of the American people, were you in Washington for the July 4th Independence Day celebrations? What was it like there if you were?
You know, I actually wasn't in Washington, unfortunately. I was in Michigan, though, and I will say I had a bit of FOMO watching the beautiful fireworks show in Washington, D.C. It was the largest fireworks show in history, and it just looked absolutely spectacular, especially following President Trump's great patriotic address to the American people. And something I really loved about that night was there seemed like there was going to be a rain delay. Lots of Americans who traveled to D.C. were worried that, maybe this was going to be canceled. Would it happen? And President Trump came out and he said, it is our 250th birthday. We are celebrating how great our nation is, and the show must go on. I don't care if it's hours from now, it's a Saturday night. Let's have ourselves a night. And you could just tell the American people loved that. They were so grateful. And there were a lot of really special moments in that address, including the images that I'm sure you saw of World War II veterans watching the spectacular fireworks show from the World War II monument. So President Trump was very happy to honor our country in this way.
Yeah, that was quite the image to see a number of the World War II veterans watching. In the background, you saw that from the back of them watching the fireworks in the distance. What a photo that was. Before we get to some of the breaking news of what President Trump talked about with Iran earlier about the ceasefire, I want to ask you a question more in the press kind of way, in the sense of Carolyn Levitt. Do you know when she's going to have another press briefing? We are looking forward to it here at Right Side.
Well, I won't get ahead of her on any scheduling announcements, but the American people have been hearing from her more and more as she's gotten back out there with media appearances and sharing updates about the president's day-to-day work on social media. So, keep in touch with her there, and the American people will be hearing from her very soon.
Awesome. Good stuff. Okay, so let's go to that breaking news that happened. The president saying that the ceasefire with Iran is over. I guess Iran just doesn't get the memo, do they?
Look, President Trump has been very clear and transparent with the American people throughout this entire conflict, that the United States has the upper hand. The United States is committed to making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. And while, of course, diplomacy is always the president's first choice, he remains totally committed to keeping the American people safe.
White House Deputy Press Secretary Abigail Jackson, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Great to be with you.
You too. All right, so live from Washington, D.C. Prior to that, we were live down there in Florida hearing from Bia Valenti running for Congress there. So a couple live interviews here on Right Side. We have another one coming up in about 10 minutes. That all depends if we see President Donald J. Trump, of course, live out there in Turkey to wrap up that NATO summit, where he will be participating in a press conference there. So as soon as we see that feed, we will take you there. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
out, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Brightside Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Brightside Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Coming up, we have a great interview with one of our great sponsors here, Brightcore. That'll be coming up in just a little bit. That is also as we await for President Donald J. Trump out there for the press conference at the NATO Summit. Speaking of President Trump, if you're just joining us now, he met with Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine recently. We have a few clips of that. We're going to go to that as we await our next live interview. Again, thanks so much for watching here on Right Side. Here is that bilateral meeting with President Trump and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with President Zelensky. We've talked a little while, and we speak on occasion by phone. We had a great talk the other day, I think, very positive. And I think we have some very good stories to tell, what's going on. He wants to see a settlement, and I think President Putin wants to see a settlement. And usually that means a settlement, but who knows, this is a tough one. But I just, we just had our NATO meeting, and it was a great meeting. You probably heard it was a great meeting. There was a lot of love in that room, a lot of unity. And I don't think it could have been, Marco, what do you think? It couldn't have gone much better. Do you have a feeling as to what you just saw?
Very positive. A lot of unity, strength in that unity.
Yeah, really good. Scott, what do you think?
Yes, sir. All the Europeans, they attributed you to saving NATO, and they want to do what they're supposed to do and do the right thing.
Yeah, there was something very special. And I will say that what they've done with Turkey and President Erdogan has been a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Strong man, good man. And he's done a fantastic job. Every road, everything's perfect. He's from the airport to the destination, everything's been perfect. So we had a really good meeting, and we thought this would be a good time for President Zelensky and I to meet, and we'll see what we can do. But we've actually developed a good relationship. It's hard to believe, right? From the Oval Office to now, I think we've developed a very good relationship. And
this is not the end.
No, this is not. This is going to be the beginning, maybe.
Yeah.
Just the beginning. And the country has a lot of future. It has such great land, such great assets, such great people. And you have a lot of people. I was with a group in Poland, and you have a lot of people in Poland, and which is a terrific country with a really great president. I happen to endorse him, and he's doing a very good job. And they were saying they love Poland, but they really want to go back. You're going to get a lot of people back when this is over. They left some, and they're all. I think they're going to come back. A big percentage are going to come back. So have a good talk, and we're going to see how it all goes. And they are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And we hit them hard last night after they launched. They launched a couple of. You don't have to know about this. You got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning. We're going to hit them hard tonight. but we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. You know, it's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war. It's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. That's because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're at the, I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change. But that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. And it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir, President Trump.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that
President Trump.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end.
What's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yeah, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee you're talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think that country is going to do fantastically well. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're going to have a deal. We may just do it without a deal, because you know what? It's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside, they have a news conference where they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which, I picked two beauties. You know what, we settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this, Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, you know, the preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs, but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran. And that was 96% of the people that used that, they were made in Iran. And so we have a score to settle too.
All right, so we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, that from President Trump earlier today, as it's 11:01 a.m. Eastern Time. That is where President Trump will be participating in the NATO Summit press conference. So we see the presidential seal on the podium, and we know here at Right Side Broadcasting Network what that means is the man is in the building. So we know that President Trump will be stepping up to that podium any second from now. Also, if you're just joining us, we've been live since, I think, 7:30 this morning. A lot of coverage from the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. Of course, President Trump meeting with Vladimir Zelensky, meeting with the Syrian leader as well, meeting with the Secretary General Mark Rutte of NATO. So coming up next, we're going to see him take to that podium, of course, and hear some questions from the foreign press. Will be quite interesting to hear from them because usually we hear more domestic press, obviously, at the Oval Office. There are some foreign correspondents there, but at the end of the day, we'll hear from the president here. And most likely, the big story of the day so far, outside of the NATO summit, outside of the 24/7 news cycle, is that President Trump said the Iranian ceasefire is over. He was asked about that during the one meeting with Mark Rutte. That's one of the things we started our broadcast with, and that's due to Iran's continued attacks in the Middle East. So we'll continue to follow that story and other stories here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. On RSBN, literally on X right now, 3 minutes ago, a post saying U.S. military strikes over 80 Iranian targets following attacks on commercial ships. So this is something that we're tracking here on Right Side. Also, if you're on X right now, if you check out our latest interview with the White House press secretary, in the sense of the White House deputy press secretary, Abigail Jackson. We just spoke with her moments ago. So a lot going on today as it's Wednesday, July 8th. And of course, you know, as we get through July and through August, we know obviously sometimes August is a slower month, but at the end of the day, there's a lot going on in the 24/7 news cycle. And that leads us to that September midterm national convention that will be happening in Dallas. Of course, we'll have coverage of that as well as we get ready for that November 3rd midterm election. So from now until then, will things like the Save America Act become law? I don't want to mislead or bring a false hope of that happening. I think, to be honest with you guys, I don't think it's going to pass. I don't see it passing. Why? Because there's no momentum in Congress right now with it. President Trump's talking about it. I just asked Abigail Jackson about it. We know that the country wants this to happen, but it's just not getting a lot of momentum right now on Capitol Hill. So what do? You know? So you fight for your freedom, legally, lawfully, and spiritually. We hope to God that we can have free and fair elections coming up for the midterms, for the presidential cycle in 2028. As we just celebrated our nation's founding, all of the freedom that men and women have fought and died for this country. You know, we don't want that to be in vain. Just as Abraham Lincoln said back in the 1800s in Gettysburg, that this would be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the land. So this is something that we hold on to as constitutional conservative Republicans in this constitutional republic that we're at in this country. All right, we're hearing that the president is about to take. Okay, let's go to the podium right now as we await President Trump. All right, so of course we tossed to the podium earlier. We had an entire interview to record with one of our sponsors, so we had to go to the podium. Just wanted to give you some inside baseball. I don't just toss to empty podiums usually, but it is what it is. I also thought the president would be stepping up any second from then. So it's 11:11 Eastern time. So just wanted to let you know that that's what we're doing right now. Director, why don't we do this on the fly here? Let's get some music. Let's play some music underneath the presidential podium. And as soon as the president takes to that podium, we can go ahead and air President Trump's press conference, and then we can also get that interview done on the other channel as well. Does that work, guys? All right, let's do it. We'll see you guys a little bit after President Trump's press conference, which is going to start any minute, hopefully from now. All right, awaiting the president there, listening to some good music here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I've heard the good country music. I've heard the patriotic music. That's the first time I heard something a little bit more upbeat like that. Good stuff here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 11:33 in a second now on the bottom left of your screen there as we are awaiting the president. Again, this is the NATO Summit press conference. Various world leaders are taking part in this press conference. Earlier, the NATO Secretary General was up there on the podium, not with the presidential seal, not with the American flags, but of course that's for our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump. Now, if y'all want to keep listening to music, go ahead and say that in the chat. We'll put it right back on. But in the meantime, looking forward to seeing President Trump here take some questions from the foreign press. Also, he'll be returning to the States later today. And then, of course, tomorrow, July 9th, Thursday, July 9th, it would be a great day for a White House press briefing with the great Carolyn Leavitt. It would be awesome to see her return to that spot. But if it's not that way, I'm sure we'll be still live here on Right Side tomorrow and Friday. And, of course, even over the weekend, if there's some major breaking news, we've covered a lot of stories over the years here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And speaking of that, coming up, I think July 30th will be the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Do you guys remember that one Saturday night that we were live at 11 o'clock at night when there were shots fired at that Washington Hilton Hotel? Well, the new date, I believe I saw, is July 30th. So that's coming up a bit later in the month. This after, of course, we are just fresh off of celebrating our nation's 250th birthday right here in the US of A. So great to see that. If you went out to D.C., wow, what a show that was, with the display of the world's largest fireworks there. So anyway, looking forward to a number of other items happening, other events throughout the year, including that midterm conference, that national conference or convention for the RNC. That'll be September 8th and 9th in Dallas, Texas. And of course, November 3rd is Election Day. There are still a number of states that have their primary elections coming up, of course, throughout the union, including Minnesota, I believe Florida as well, and just a number of other states as we track all of those various people that are running for office. If you're just joining us now, Bia Valenti out of Florida for District 14. She joined the broadcast. She's out there knocking on doors, talking to people and saying, hey, this is what I'm about. And, you know, it's people that really speak our language. We know, you pretty much can tell where somebody stands when you talk to them about certain issues or just certain things in life. And this is somebody that I believe is onto some great things there. Bia Valenti, maybe the next congresswoman there in Florida. Also interviewed the White House Deputy Press Secretary Abigail Jackson. If you missed any of that, go ahead and check it out. It's on a number of places, Rumble, YouTube, X, as we are live on all of these social media platforms and all across the internet when it comes to Rumble and YouTube. So great to see you there. And maybe we can actually talk to some of you here right now live on the chat. So Director, if we can, unless you're hearing that the president's coming out in the next 20 seconds, maybe we could talk to some of the people watching at home as we stand by for President Donald J. Trump speaking there momentarily for this press conference. Again, in Ankara, Turkey. If you've watched our coverage, you saw the arrival of the president yesterday with the beautiful new Air Force One, deplaning from there, meeting up with President Erdogan of Turkey as they walked into that palace there in Ankara. And then, of course, President Trump meeting with various world leaders, from Vladimir Zelensky to the Syrian leader to Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, and of course talking to other world leaders there as we get ready for the president to make his return trip to the States. Looking forward to that as well. So outside of all that, the big story here domestically, there's a lot of them. One of them is the Save America Act. You know, we do want to see that become law. Will we see it become law is the big question. So we'll monitor that as we get it. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hi, this is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. I'm joined today by my friend and CMS Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Today we're launching the Make Hospital Food Healthier Pledge and calling on hospitals across America to join us. Hospitals should be places of healing. That includes the food they serve. Patients deserve meals made with real, nutritious ingredients that support recovery, not highly processed foods that contribute to the chronic disease crisis. Poor diet is one of the leading drivers of chronic disease in America. 6 in 10 adults are living with at least one chronic condition. We know better nutrition can help prevent disease, improve recovery, and restore health. That's why we're asking hospitals to commit to serving healthier, minimally processed food and putting nutrition back where it belongs, at the center of patient care. The response so far has been fantastic. More than 2,000 hospitals, medical organizations, and community leaders have reached out to learn more. Now we're asking hospitals across the country to take the pledge.
Thanks to President Trump and the new dietary guidelines spearheaded by Secretary Kennedy, real food like high-quality protein and full-fat dairy is at the center of the American diet. We recently issued a reminder that any hospital which receives Medicare, which is virtually all of them, must ensure our inpatient meals meet individual nutritional needs. Hospitals that take this pledge agree to work with us to ensure their nutrition services align with the dietary guidelines for Americans and support healing, recovery, and long-term health. Let's go through these. It includes limiting ultra-processed foods, limiting sugar-sweetened beverages. Now you want to use baked, broiled, roasted, stir-fried, or grilled preparation methods while eliminating the deep frying. Limiting processed meats and foods high in added sugars, sodium, and artificial additives are also part of the pledge, as well as emphasizing whole grains over refined grains. Yeah, and if you can, prioritize minimally processed proteins, including plant-based options.
HHS is restoring real food as a cornerstone of American health. We've taken action in our schools, our military, and medical education, and now we're asking hospitals to lead by making nutrition part of the standard of care.
So here's our simple ask for America's hospital leadership. Go to hhs.gov and join the Make Hospital Food Healthier Pledge. Do it today. It is easy. It's also the right thing to do.
Together, we're going to make America healthy again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
All right, so we know that Vice President J.D. Vance will be also speaking in about maybe an hour and a half from now. Obviously not out there in Turkey, here in the States, but I believe we'll have that as well for you on a different live stream here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, we heard a lot from President Trump on July 4th referring to our founding fathers, and I recall a quote from Thomas Jefferson. He said, "Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty." At the end of the day, we the people, of course, are as a government of, by, and for us. So we got to keep speaking up, keep telling the truth out there, whether on X or Truth Social or wherever you find yourself watching various live broadcasts. You know, I was flipping through some of the channels just yesterday, various channels. I'm not going to name any specifics. And all I can say is this. I don't want to play TV here. This is not about playing television. Sure, we're on TV live streaming, but this is really about advancing one agenda, and it's a very easy one. God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, the American way. Simple as that. At least we come out and say that. The left-wing media, they act like they're all news reporting from the non-biased area. They say, oh, this is the straight facts of what's going on. And they know that they're lying to you. And at least they should just come out and say, hey, this is what we want to see in our country. That's kind of the way things are these days when it comes to media. It seems like you have people on all these sides talking all this stuff, when at the end of the day, the only way forward is truth. The only right way forward is the truth, right? So a lot of people say they claim to have the truth. Well, at the end of the day, again, if it's not loving God, family, and country, all the basics of our Constitution and we the people, if the people that are on your television screen or on your phone are not echoing those kind of things almost at a nauseating basis, I believe, what are you wasting your time for? Because that's something we've seen a lot with the mainstream media out there. And I know you guys are fed up with that. And that's why you're watching conservative media, and specifically right now here on RSBN. So if you're watching live or on replay, thank you so much for doing so. We have a lot of coverage that we have aired here on the network since 7:30 Eastern time. So we've been on the air for 8, 9, 10, oh my gosh, almost 4 hours here. That's all good as we continue our coverage from Turkey for this NATO summit. Again, President Trump, once he takes to that podium, we'll go there live. When he wraps up that, I'm sure there's a few other events that are closed press, and then he'll board that beautiful Air Force One that we saw him arrive to Turkey on. Of course, he'll be heading back to the States, and we'll see what tomorrow's schedule will show. Also, on top of that, if there's any breaking news, developing news, anything like that, when it comes to the 24/7 news cycle, of course, we cover that here at the network. So thanks so much for watching. And also, one more time, I just want to give a shout out to those of you that watched our July 3rd coverage with Megan Kohler out there in Mount Rushmore out there in South Dakota. And then, of course, Robert McNeely. And then Christian was also there with them in D.C. on Saturday. Tons of viewers there watching the various events. And those of you watching right now, thanks again for doing so. Why not go ahead and spread the word? You know, share the link with as many friends and family as you'd like out there. This is not a network where we're reading from a teleprompter from where producers say you can only say this and you have to say that. I mean, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Freedom of the press is freedom of the press. And this is one of the most authentic, honest ways that I've seen as I've worked in mainstream media over the years. Right Side Broadcasting Network and a number of conservative outlets out there, and podcasts and X and Truth Social. We don't want the fluff anymore. We want what is true. We want what will save our nation. And we know that one of those things that we've been harping on here at the network is the Save America Act. That's why we talk about it a lot, or at least I do, because it's something that is extremely important for our nation. And I'd rather spend my time saying something like that than lying to the people like we see in the mainstream media that really want woke, progressive ways in our country to prevail. And that's not what we want. That's not what the majority of the country wants. We don't want any more, communist, socialist mayor types from Seattle and New York City to run our country. And unfortunately, they somehow get into office, whether that's through honest, pure elections or people that are brainwashed, and that's why they got into the office in the first place. So anyway, just standing by. This is called stretching here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As the original time for the press conference there for President Trump was 9:15 Eastern time. Well, obviously a little bit late, but that's not his fault. That's just the way it is. It's a NATO summit with 32 world leaders there that consists of the NATO member states. So at the end of the day, if we don't hear that the president's on his way now, why don't we go back to some more of the clips where President Trump was meeting with Vladimir Zelensky? And I believe we actually have a clip too of the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, speaking up about Iran. If you're just joining us now, President Trump saying earlier, breaking news really right when he spoke about it, saying that the Iranian ceasefire is now, quote, over. So let's go to some more clips as we await President Donald Trump there at the press conference.
Last night, as you said, a lot of small craft that they were trying to harass shipping with, so that was a big part of what we targeted. Underground facilities where they were storing drones or missiles, coastal defense sites, radar sites, surveillance sites, anything used to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. And tonight, if we need to, on your order, Mr. President, we will hit even more and even deeper, because that's the consequence.
And we may put down the blockade. We may put it back, the blockade. And it'll only be a blockade for Iran. Anybody else can have whatever they want. Now, of course, they'll drop some mines if they can, if they can do it. But it's hard because we're taking out those little boats now with the same weapon we used to take out the drug lords and the boats coming in by sea.
So as we await the president for that press conference, we're going to go to a couple of sponsors. After that, as long as we don't see the president live, we're going to go to his meeting with Mark Rutte. This is a very important meeting that happened today in Turkey. This is where President Trump spoke about the Iranian ceasefire ending. So we're going to go to that in just a second. Before we do, let's go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Of course, great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can go to the QR code. You can download the app. There's a lot of political trending topics on there. I know that some of you are watching right now and you see and hear us talk about Kalshi and you hear us talk about these products. But if you can right now, just go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Go ahead and just surf the net, as they said back in the day, and check out some of these trending topics that are on there. Very interesting to see what people are talking about, whether they're betting, trading, or checking out polls. So just check it out if you like, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Another one you can visit when you're done with that one is CovePure.com/RSBN as well. We talk about this one quite a lot, but because it's very important too. Not only selling a product, but this isn't just a product to sell. This is something that will actually change the water that you're drinking when it comes to tap water that's out there. I mean, the tap water is awful. It doesn't taste good, as you guys know. And we just got done celebrating our 250th birthday as well. But the crazy part is 250 years later, we're still here drinking whatever the government decided to put in our water. The fluoride for our teeth or the chlorine to keep things clean. Well, that's not really a decision someone else should be making for your family, which is why you should, give this a try here, CovePure. More than 209 million Americans are on this fluoridated water right now. The population of our great country, 347 or so million people. And here's what the science actually shows with this whole thing with water. A recent study confirmed that the fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. And that's just not a fringe study. That's from the JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. Also chlorine, well, that isn't even the worst part. It's what happens when it reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. It actually creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls, quote, probable human carcinogens, linked to disruption of your gut and linked to cancer as well. So there are states that are moving on this. Utah and Florida ban fluoride, but that process takes years. So your kids, your family, they're drinking this water today. So you need something that works now, and that's exactly what CovePure is. They're certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, really anything that isn't water gets filtered out. And you can see what it looks like there on your screen. It's a great looking product as well. It's not some huge complex home system that you have to drill holes in your counter and install it. The thing just plugs right in and it makes your water taste great. And the best part is it gives you whatever temperature water you want, hot, cold, or warm, instantly with a tap of the button. So don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water. And in honor of America's 250th, Cove Pure is giving you guys $250 off if you use that link, covepure.com/RSBN. A couple great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're slowly approaching the top of the hour, and if you see any extra sweat on me today, the AC, they're working on it. It's a little bit not working, so it is what it is. But it's hot out anyway, so just bearing through it here. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's go back to President Trump and Mark Rutte, that meeting from this morning, as we stand by for President Trump in Turkey.
Thank you very much. We've had some great meetings. We had dinner last night with President Erdogan, and I think it was really, I would rate it a 10, maybe a 12.
A bit of a small palace,
12. I think. Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. And we've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade, and now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up,
They're all
every
there.
NATO country.
Yeah.
Plus, we have a couple that aren't in NATO that would like to be in NATO, I guess. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished it at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20-1, 20 times tougher. And I told them, every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him, first term. And that was a big thing, because I think they probably would be a lot stronger had he been around, because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs, if you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others. And they don't. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long, because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. They're cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. And that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland, and I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror, that's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different, but we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there, and the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany, I spoke to France, spoke to UK, spoke to Italy, I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate, they don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right?
Yes, sir.
Take it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working. In Spain, in particular Spain, there are a couple of others, but in particular Spain, they're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia, and has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with the UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. I spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. It doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald. Let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the presidential palace.
All right, so you can watch that in its entirety if you'd like. We know that in about a minute or so, we're going to go to the NATO summit as President Trump is about to get to that podium. It is 12 o'clock Eastern time, of course, right on the nose. It's 7 p.m. local time at the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. So we know that the president will be stepping up to that podium any second from now, as per the poll reports that we get here at the network. So as soon as we see that, we'll go there live. And of course, this is wrapping up today's coverage of the NATO summit as after this press conference concludes. And then we'll be back at it tomorrow, of course. We'll see what is on the White House press schedule, as we'll cover that as well, and anything within the 24/7 news cycle that is of an important matter. Of course, we cover those stories here at the network. And speaking of some of those stories, Venezuela, can you believe it? More than 3,000 people have lost their lives in that country from an earthquake that hit just last week. That's a lot of people, of course, and their building codes, I'm sure, are much different than what we have here in the United States. Also, in just some more international news, there is a huge typhoon that is out there outside of Taiwan on the way to China. Saw that in some reporting yesterday. So we've got a couple of events going on. But back here stateside, the main thing really is having the free and fair elections for the midterms, for the presidential election. As we know that the Save America Act is a must-have. You know, in life, you have must-haves. Well, that's pretty much a must-have for we the people to have the Save America Act become law. Of course, voter ID and also proof of citizenship, stopping the fraudulent mail-in ballots that continually would make election day turn into election week or election year. Also, the fourth item of the Save America Act, of course, no men and women's sports. And the fifth is stopping the mutilization of our children. So those are the 5 things in the Save America Act. We'll see what happens there. But we're also seeing a number of reports that we're just not seeing that momentum that is needed for that thing to pass. Outside of that, ideally, we'd see a lot more wins coming up from the rest of this year into 2027. But, you know, we're just covering the news as it happens here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So if you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Also on X, it's at RSB Network. Thanks again for following us here on Right Side. And those of you watching live right now and on replay, thank you again for doing so. Quite the viewership numbers the other day when it comes to July 3rd and July 4th. Of course, a big party for our country that we all witnessed together. If you weren't in D.C., a number of people watched right through this live stream, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So thanks so much for doing that. Also, Director, let's go to the podium. We can play some music. As we know, the President will be stepping to that podium any second from now.
Down a back road stop, just past the county line, where the neon glows and the cold wind whines. Pull my truck in, grab a can off the shelf, wintergreen long cut, yeah, it speaks for itself. Bobby Stoker had a dream and he made it right. Good folks know to dip it day or night. Stoker's wintergreen, the finest inside, long cut flavor that feels just right. Smooth on the lips when the day's been rough, rich and cool when the road gets tough. A great dip at a fair price, that's what I choose.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And, you know, our team out here, they've all become stars. Superstars, actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good company. country, and really I would say a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone. But he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You got a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while. And it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short, but it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They were all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated, their radar's gone. Everything's gone, their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far, not even close. Everybody admits that. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and that's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think, a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2% They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%. And we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment. The Patriots and the Tomahawks and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me. It's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, they will give them a year and a half to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it here in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces, and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or a Tomahawk missile or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies. And Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry and base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night. Just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government. You know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before. And we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too bad the press could not see what's happening in this room. You saw the big round circle with all of the leaders of all of those countries. And I don't know, I think they should allow it. The theory is that they won't be speaking quite as freely and it won't be quite as good, but who knows? It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and President, so many of the presidents, prime ministers, they were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take, so we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? He shouted out.
Your operation in Venezuela has been lauded as a military success, and yet The Iran war seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their air force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal, and then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, and they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people, but I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a person who killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for, they were the bully of the Middle East. So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too. Because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there, we did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war, and they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you?
NTD
Why don't you say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialists or communists is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. And think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think they're...
I got to know them. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon, because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the Strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election, but I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there, if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually, we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. $1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions, too, with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with it?
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number 1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number 1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm number 1 on. I like being number 1 on TikTok better, but I'm number 1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe to a couple of bases, actually 1 in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please? Go ahead. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Türkiye. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might. Yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit. You know, it's what we use their language. We speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly, and we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
You said today, Inez de la Cuetara with MS Now. You said today that countries.
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now. That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now. Can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but, you know, Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help. But if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines. And I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah. Green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell him, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane, and it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful militarily. It's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind. But my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Donald J. Trump at the NATO summit there at the press conference. It is 7:45 local time in Ankara, Turkey, 12:45 East Coast time. Of course, President Trump heading back to the States tonight. And then, of course, we'll be here live with more coverage tomorrow as we see the White House press guidance, which is all about the schedule of what's going to happen with the White House when it comes to various things like press briefings, other events, And in the occasion where there's not something happening from the White House with an open press event, of course, we have original programming right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, this is all brought to you by some great sponsors, including mypillow.com/RSBN, the great Mike Lindell, of course, running for governor in Minnesota. Also, on top of that, a number of great products right there at mypillow.com/RSBN. Speaking of Right Side, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, it's rsbnetwork.com/donate. The big news of the day, the big news headline actually happened from President Trump earlier today, saying that the Iranian ceasefire is over. And we'll see what that looks like over the next day or so or more. We'll monitor it as it happens, as it's 12:47 Eastern Time. Thank you so much for watching. For all of us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you tomorrow.